aspect of it, increase it, let it trickle down to the communities. When it comes to a community like Dwelling, we are privileged that we have some people in leadership that has a certain level of education, or wherewithal, I should say.
They're all coming back in now.
But the barriers, we have a lot of barriers. The fact that you're volunteering, right? I say this all the time. Volunteerism is dying. You cannot ask a person to come out of their house to lead the charge, and they don't have a source of income. I think there should be stipend attached or discount to certain things. I'm saying to SDC, attach yourself also to food for the poor. What that does is that when a person goes out and volunteer, they can take home even a bag with some food. Tell me what to right? Do, and it's not the feeling that you get at the end of the day is not futile, right? The other thing is, the problem I'm seeing is that people, we are going through a phase in the community that the emotional attachment, the rentals situation, right? So the people who are renting are not emotionally attached to the asset, the house, the community. They are just passing through. They are just surviving. So we have a problem getting them to be involved in the activities, in the function of the CBOs, are the entities that we have that strive for community improvement.
If I do audio check it here, check 1 2, audio test 1 2, audio test 1 2, test 1 2, receiving well, audio test. All right, a few people just got here, so difference. Give yourselves a round of applause. Today we gather under the theme Civil Society Organizations on a mission, reset the vibe, build our future, reignite the fire. But today's special. We also have a sub-theme, reflection on a theory of change, from gated to gatekeepers, barriers to community development. That one get a laugh a while ago. I'll say it again. From gated to gatekeepers, barriers to community development. It challenges us to examine the barriers that limit participation and progress, and to explore how communities themselves can become the gatekeepers to their own development. Listed in the wonderful booklets that you've received are a couple of outcomes, not exhaustive, but a few that we're aiming to achieve today. One of those objectives, to understand the importance of local governance and its processes, to operationalize the parish participatory governance framework, to address gaps within civil society organizations, to better understand the barriers to community development that residents and institutions must work together to overcome. Today's engagement is intended to move beyond discussion into coordinated action, strengthening collaboration between communities, civil society, and the state. Are you ready? Nah, man. Are you ready? And a Champs Week, you know. Are you ready? So my name is Samuel Heron. I'll be your moderator today. I am the Deputy Executive Director in charge of Field Services at the Social Development Commission. Today you will hear from a number of wonderful specially invited guests. I'm going to introduce them now, and I'd welcome you to just give them all a round of applause as they make their way and as they're here. First, of course, is the Honorable Minister of Local Government and Community Development, the Honorable Desmond McKenzie. His Worship, the Mayor of Kingston, Councillor Andrew Swaby. Custos Rotolorium for the Parish of Kingston, the Honorable Stedman Fuller. Chairman of the Board of the Social Development Commission, Mr. Hidran McKulsky. Deputy Chairman of the Social Development Commission's Board, Mr. Fabian Brown. Our Executive Director, who will bring remarks today from the Social Development Commission, Mr. Omar C. Frith. President of the Kingston and St. Andrew Youth Council, Mr. Malik Harris. President of the Duaney Park Community Development Council, Mr. Godfrey Williams. CEO of the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation, Mr. Robert Hill. Executive Director of the CVSS, Miss Nancy Pinchas. And of course, Professor Carol Archer from the University of Technology, Professor of Urban Planning and Community Development, and Senior Lecturer UWI Mona, Social Anthropologist, Dr. Herbert Gayle. Parish Manager for Kingston and St. Andrew of the SDC, Mr. Wade Brown. And Senior Superintendent of Police, Mr. Damian Manderson. Again, please, a warm round of applause and welcome to all of our specially invited guests who will bring you remarks, have conversations in our panel discussion, and participate in today's wonderful event. So next we go into our transformational moment. I'm going to invite community liaison officers from the SDC to take center stage. Please help me in welcoming for the transformational moment Mrs. Francina Price and Mr. Shamar Miller. Mrs. Francina Price and
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. everybody. Let me hear you say hallelujah. God is a good God indeed. Amen. And in everything we must give him thanks. No, so? Amen. So we're going to take you through a transformational moment. I'm going to ask you kindly to stand. Well, Reverend Price and I, we did not get any Grammy awards for singing. So I'm going to ask every one of us to blend our voices together and sing this chorus. We are together again, just praising the Lord. Amen. After 2, 1, 2. We are together again.
Just praising the Lord. We are together again. On one accord. Something good is going to happen. Something good is in store. We are together again. Just praising the Lord. We are together again. Just praising the Lord. We are together again. On one accord. Something good is going to happen. Something good is in store. We are together again. Just praising the Lord.
Amen. Hallelujah. All right, I'm going to read for you for our lesson this morning, Psalm 136, and I'll go from verses 1 to 7. Oh, give thanks unto the Lord, for he is good, for his mercy endureth forever. Oh, give thanks unto the Lord, God of gods, for his mercy endureth forever. Oh, give thanks to the Lord of lords, for his mercy endureth forever. To him who alone doeth great wonders, for his mercy endureth forever. To him that by wisdom made the heavens, for his mercy endureth forever. To him that stretched out the earth above the waters, for his mercy endureth forever. To him that made great lights, for his mercy endureth forever. Let we all say amen.
Amen.
Please bow your heads as the Reverend Dr. Francina Price will take us to the throne of grace.
Let us pray. Almighty God, our everlasting Father, we give you thanks for this day. Indeed, this is the day that you have made, and we will rejoice and be glad in it. We thank you, O God, that we are here gathered for the business of the community. And as we come today, Lord, we pray for your Holy Spirit's direction. We pray that everything will go decently and in order. We pray, God, that whatever objective we have today will be met, and that your people, O God, will be stronger, and that all the barriers will be removed, and that we will have one Jamaica. We pray this in Jesus Christ's name. Amen. Thank you so very much. Do have a blessed day.
Thank you so much. And so we begin the day with God amongst us, and of course, looking forward to a productive day. Allow me as well to just mention our partners that have been with us throughout this entire process, the Planning Institute of Jamaica. Please give them a round of applause and their team. And I see my one-time neighbor walking out, Mr. Damian Hylton of the CVSS. Please give him a round of applause as well. And so we begin now with a welcome from the parish manager of the Kingston and St. Andrew SDC. Round of applause for Mr. Wade Brown.
Thank you, Sir Chair. Good morning. Good morning. Excellent. Thank you. I want to first, before I go into the formal speech, do a quick check. May I see the hands of all the community leaders, the Community Citizen Association members, people who are involved and a part of community development right across Kingston and St. Andrew. Let me see your hands. Excellent. Now I know that I'm in the right room. So, before we commence, I just want to set a little context, but I want you to make a little pledge first. I want you all to say one thing for me. I commit to break down barriers and build bridges for community development. One more time. I commit to break down barriers and to build bridges for community development. Now that we have said this, I hope that we have said it with our mouth. I hope we say it with our heart. Right? So we must understand that today is about serious business. But before I go further, allow me to acknowledge the persons who all made today possible and the persons who are here today out of the busy schedule. I'm speaking of in his absence, the Minister of Local Government. I'm speaking of our Mayor of the City of Kingston, His Worship, Councillor Andrew Swaby. Give him a round of applause, feel free. I'm speaking of our CEO of the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation, Sir Hill. I'm speaking of one of the most successful commanding officers in our parish, Sir Mandison. Make him feel welcome. And I'm speaking of one of our critical partners, Madam Pinchas of the CVSS. I also want to acknowledge, importantly, the corporate office of the SDC, the Deputy Executive Director to my left, the Deputy Executive Director to my right, the staff members who've all made today's possible. And I want to especially acknowledge the planning team from the governance department specifically and PIOJ, Community Renewal. They've done a stellar job. Give them a round of applause. So, allow me to go into my message to you, my welcome to you. So, Kingston and St. Andrew, as we all know, it is the capital of the city. And we want to today not only to talk, not only to have a meeting, but today is about making a critical step towards breaking down barriers, a critical step forward. Across Kingston and St. Andrew, you know how many communities we have? Anybody know how many communities we have? 85 communities. Each has its own strength. Each community has its own challenges, and each community has its story. Over time, over the past few years, we have made meaningful progress as SDC to improve some of these challenges that you have. We've done our community profiles, we've done our research, we've been there with you. But today, we want to look at something different. We want to look at, firstly, the PDCs. Anybody know what the PDC is? Anybody know what the PDC is? It's a Parish Development Committee, thank you. And part of that is looking at how we can put the CDCs, the stakeholders together to see how best they can build communities and build Jamaica. As we move forward, we look at also some of the challenges that you have. And it's not only about talking about these challenges, but looking at how we can create a strategic timeline, strategic plan as to how we can achieve these goals. All your work. So give yourselves a round of applause. Many of you have been in the trenches of community development, working tirelessly, working without pay, working without acknowledgement. And today is a day in which we must take the opportunity to acknowledge your work. You can give yourself a round of applause. So, in my short welcome, I just want to say that we will move forward today with a clear strategic pathway forward, one grounded in reality and focused in practical solutions. Through this success, our community development officers and field team will be there with you, working across your communities with you, not above you, not instructing you, but partnering with you, facilitating development in your spaces. Today is about opening pathways. Today is about expanding voices. Today is that day where every community has the opportunity, whether it be urban, suburban, rural, or a little corner, to shape the future of Kingston and St. Andrew. Before I close, I want to acknowledge something important that over the past few years we would have made, as I would have mentioned. Sir Manderson is part of that. Relentless efforts have been successful in reducing crime, in bringing down unemployment. And these things are things that we don't take for granted, because many of our community priority plans, these are the issues that are on top of the list. So we must say to the partners, both government and you residents, thank you for your effort. But I want you to focus on something very close. Just 4 years away, we would have committed as a nation to make Jamaica the place of choice to live, to work, to raise family, and to do business. 2030 is around the corner. And if we commit truly, honestly, and relentlessly to tackle these issues, to break down these barriers, Vision 2030 can still be a reality. Wanna not believe it? So let me use this opportunity to not just talk, but to commit. Let us use this opportunity not just to bicker, but to align. Let us use this opportunity to move forward so that our country can be a better place. I thank you all and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brown. And let me just give a quick breakdown as to how our day will go today. We're going to have a number of persons come up and bring greetings. We're then going to have a presentation, and then we're going to have some remarks and entertainment before we get to our main address, and then we'll have a wonderful panel discussion. Please note, the restrooms, should you need to use it, there's one to the side here, and I believe there's one out at the main door here as well. And we're going to ask persons to put their phones on vibrate as we get now into the meat of the matter. Also, I'd like to say good day to everybody watching on YouTube. Thank you so much for joining us. And let us continue with this wonderful day. First, to bring you greetings, will be the Executive Director of the CVSS. Please make her feel welcome. She's Miss Nancy Pinchas.
Thank you very much. Mr. Heron did not take my height into account. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, distinguished representatives of the SDC, the Planning Institute, Ministry of Local Government and Community Development, academia, community leaders, partners, and residents from across Kingston and St. Andrew. I just wanted to say, first of all, that the CVSS is honored and humbled to be invited and to be included in the community development and the community renewal efforts that the SDC has embarked on for many, many years, long before the Council of Voluntary Social Services got involved. But we have always felt that there was a synergy. And today is an important day because I feel as though it really marks the beginning of what I hope is a very long journey for the CVSS and the SDC together. There's too much of what we both do that is so important, and I hope this is the beginning of a long, fruitful, and strategic journey together. And I just wanted to just also say that this importance of governance, it's important at the community level, it's important at formal civil society, at the foundations, at every level. Governance is important. It's about how decisions are made, who makes those decisions, and how people are held accountable. It strengthens everybody, and it makes these community development organizations, which I consider, as Mr. Brown reiterated, in 4 years' time we're going to hit this milestone, and I firmly believe that those changes are going to come from the community, and that the importance of strengthening these 85 community development or CDCs across Kingston and St. Andrew are really the foundation of how Jamaica will transform itself. It has to come from what I consider from the bottom up. So today I think is transformative for all of us and for the CVSS, and I hope to be able to work with everybody. And thank you again for the opportunity. Damian and I really welcome this 6-month initiative that actually ends in another week. We hope to be able to pitch another program to the British government to be able to transform and enter into a longer term arrangement. Of course, what we're hoping to do is get feedback, of course, from our community development organization, our partners, as we develop what we hope will be the next phase of this project, because it truly was very meaningful to the CVSS and an important project. So thank you all, and thank you for inviting us, and welcome everybody.
Thank you so much, Ms. Pinchas. And I know that the SDC looks forward to broadening the partnership as well for the meaningful community development work that we've been doing. Next, to bring you greetings, please welcome His Worship, the Mayor of Kingston, Councillor Andrew Swaby.
Distinguished representative of the Social Development Commission and the Planning Institute of Jamaica, members of civil society organizations, stakeholders, community leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my honor and privilege to extend warm greetings to you on behalf of the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation as we gather under this timely and compelling theme, civil society organization on a mission, reset the vibes, build our future, reignite the fire, from gated to gatekeepers, barriers to community development. This theme speaks powerful to the moment we are in. It called the objective of this conference, particularly the operationalization of the Parish Participatory Governance Framework and the introduction of the Parish Development Committee, an interim body, are therefore both necessary and urgent. We must acknowledge that gaps have existed. Where they are not a fully operational PDC, there is a void in the formal channel through which civil society engage with municipal authority in a coordinated and structured way. And in governance, gaps rarely remain empty. They either weaken participation or delay progress. Recognizing this and the understanding of the importance of inclusive governance, I have sought to utilize the KSAMC Advisory Committee as an interim bridge to help to fill the gap while we move towards fully operationalize the PDC framework. The KSAMC Advisory Committee has served as a consultative forum, bringing together stakeholders from various sectors to advise, deliberate, and provide perspectives on matters affecting the Kingston and St. Andrew. Importantly, the committee also provides a level of oversight and guidance on issues relating to community development and governance within the municipality. While it does not replace the PDC, it has allowed us to maintain dialogue, encourage participation, and ensure that community voices are not silenced in the interim. Beyond this structure, the KSAMC has also sought to deepen the engagement with citizens and stakeholders. In addition to hosting quarterly town hall meetings, the corporation has been engaged in frequent meetings with community-based organizations and other stakeholders, creating multiple opportunities for dialogues and collaboration and the exchange of ideas on issues affecting our community. But let me be clear, interim measures are not substitute for institutionalized participatory governance. They are stepping stones, not destination. The establishment and strengthening of the PDC is critical because it formalizes representation. It ensures transparency in how civil society leadership is selected. It creates thematic working groups capable of sustained engagement on issues such as infrastructure, public health, youth development, environmental management, and economic opportunities. If we are to move from gated to gatekeepers, as the theme suggests, we must dismantle the barriers that prevent full community participation. These barriers may be structural, organizational, informational, cultural, and at times even political. Sometimes they arise from fragmentation among civil society organizations, sometimes from limited resources, sometimes from the lack of coordination. Today's conference represents an opportunity to confront those barriers directly. To reset the vibes means renewing trust between communities and institutions. To build our future means strengthening the system that sustains development. To ignite the fire means rediscovering the passion for service and civic responsibility that has defined us as a people. Kingston and St. Andrew is the heartbeat of Jamaica. What we model here has national implication. When our participatory governance framework functions effectively, it sets a standard for the rest of Jamaica. The partnership between the SDC and the PIOJ reflects a recognition that development must be both technically sound and socially grounded. Plans on paper must connect to people on the ground. Policies must be informed by lived experience. I therefore commend the SDC and the PIOJ for convening this important dialogue and for their continued commitment to strengthening local governance structure. To the civil society organization present here today, your role is indispensable. You are the connector between policy and people. You mobilize, advocate, educate, and organize. But collective impact requires coordination, structure, and accountability. The PDC framework provides that structure. But let us therefore approach the introduction of the Parish Development Committee interim body not as a procedural exercise, but as a beginning of renewed covenant of participation in Kingston and St. Andrew. As mayor, I reaffirm the commitment of the KSAMC to work collaboratively with the properly constituted PDC. We stand ready to engage, to listen, and to partner in advanced, sustainable, and inclusive development. Together, we can ensure that the governance in Kingston and St. Andrew is not something done in the community, but something done with communities. As we move forward, let us remember that the strength of any parish does not lie in its infrastructure or institution, but is a collective will of the people to participate, collaborate, and to take responsibility for the future they wish to build. If we truly reset the vibes, build our future, and reignite the fire of civic engagement, then the Kingston and St. Andrew will not only benefit from stronger governance, we will cultivate stronger communities, stronger partnership, and a stronger Jamaica. May today's deliberation be productive, insightful, and enlightening, and may they mark a decisive step towards a vibrant and fully operationalized participatory governance framework for Kingston and St. Andrew. Thank you, and I wish you a successful and impactful conference.
Your Worship, thank you so much. Give him another round of applause. Thank you for making the time and bringing greetings. Please allow me at this moment to welcome the Executive Director of the Social Development Commission, Mr. Omar Frith. Please give him a round of applause. Also, of course, the Chairman of the Board of the Social Development Commission, Mr. Hidran McKulsky. Please give him a round of applause. And we'll continue that round of applause as he makes his way to bring you greetings as well. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Hidran McKulsky, Chairman of the SDC. Give him a round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. My master of ceremonies didn't even give me a second to relax, but I do understand it's the nature of the work. Before I go into my greetings, really, there is one thing that I'm sure Jamaicans unite around, or they unite on, and that is sports. And this is Champs Week. Let me see the hands of the Edwin Allen supporters. I see one over there, so I see one there, I see one there, I see one there, I see four. Well, we're going to have to talk after this conference. I'm going to have to try and find a way to console you. Because outside of being chairman of the Social Development Commission, I'm principal of Homo Technical High School. And I was very deliberate in asking to see those persons who were my rivals here this morning. All right? Just four, and I'm happy for that. I'm not going to ask those persons who support Homewood, because I know everybody, and we're going to outshadow the Edwin Allen side. But I want to extend, of course, to you this morning a very warm greeting. And I also want to join as chairman of the commission in extending a very warm welcome to all of you to this very important conference. My protocol list is very extensive, but in the interest of time, I will not seek to recognize everyone, but I want to, in a very special way, extend a welcome, and of course to recognize His Worship, the Mayor of Kingston, Councillor Andrew Swaby, also the President of the Duane Park Community Development Council, Mr. Godfrey Williams, the incomparable Executive Director, CVSS, that's Miss Nancy Pinchas, the CEO of Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation, Mr. Robert Hill, Parish Manager, of course, for the Social Development Commission, Mr. Wade Brown, Senior Superintendent of Police, Mr. Damian Manderson, the Executive Director, of course, staff members of the SDC, staff members of the other partnering entities who are here this morning, and of course, the persons who've been supporting nation building through their volunteerism, the work that we do in the community. I want to extend a very warm welcome, and I want to greet you also in a very special way. And of course, we have quite a number of distinguished persons who are here this morning. I too want to greet you. But as chairman of the Social Development Commission, Board of Directors, I'm delighted, of course, to extend warm welcome to our governance conference. Civil society organizations on a mission: reset the vibe, build our future, reignite the fire. This gathering is a testament to the unwavering commitment of Jamaicans to shape a brighter future for our nation. We're not just talking about change, we are engineering it. We are working, we're building communities one at a time. And so this synergy, or the synergy, between the Social Development Commission and the Council of Voluntary Social Services, led by the incomparable, as I mentioned before, Nancy Pinchas, is a masterclass in collaboration. Together, we're empowering CSOs to drive transformative initiatives, tackling the trifecta of poverty, crime, and infrastructure deficits with aplomb. Our participatory governance framework, and that is one of the programs that we promote, we drive at the SDC. Our participatory governance program is the catalyst for this metamorphosis, equipping citizens with the tools to shape their own destiny. And that is profound. Our theme, CSO on a mission, reset the vibe, build our future, reignite the fire, is more than a mantra. It is a battle cry. That is what I refer to it as. It's more than just a mantra where we get up and we say, boy, we're resetting the vibes, we're building our future, we're igniting the fire. This, in my view, is a battle cry. We're recalibrating the narrative, shifting from apathy to action and from isolation to integration. The participatory governance framework is our North Star, and many of us understand what North Stars are, or is, right? It is guiding us towards a future where citizens are the architect of their own development. By embracing this framework, we're unleashing a tidal wave of inclusive growth, leaving no one behind. And so to our planners, to all the persons, the implementers, all the persons who came together to make this a success already, I'm deeming it a success, I salute you. Your tireless efforts are the backbone of Jamaica's progress. You've shown up, you've stepped up, and you've ignited the fire. Keep pushing the boundaries, keep innovating, and let's co-create a Jamaica that is the epitome of excellence. Welcome to the Governance Conference. Let's make it a watershed moment in our nation's journey towards greatness. Thank you very much for having me, and I'm really looking forward to us meeting on Saturday and cheering on Wormwood Technical High School. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir. Sir, remember today is the first set of finals. You know, you reach Saturday already. Vibes up a stadium tonight, man. Thank you so much. Please give another round of applause to our chairman. Wonderful greeting there. Allow me this moment as well to welcome other members of the SDC team nationally. We have a number of parish managers here from various parishes like St. Anne, Westmoreland, Portland. I am seeing St. Mary. I am seeing Clarendon. So please give a round of applause to our parish managers who've made the trek to come and share in our discussion, as well as the corporate team that's here. Deputy Executive Director, Ms. Juanita Reed. Please give her a round of applause. Our Director of Governance and her team, Ms. Sherene Walker. Mr. Kevin Morant, who is our Director of Finance. Mrs. Vivian Walker, she's our Director of HR. And I'm sure a lot of you have met this team already, but of course our Registrar of Community Civil Societies, Ms. Nicole Kellyman, and of course, Officer in the Registry, Mr. Inspector in the Registry, sir, Mr. Roshane Bailey. And definitely I must also welcome and ask you to give a loud round of applause to just joining us, Director General of the Planning Institute of Jamaica, Dr. Wayne Henry, CDJP. All right, so next we have set out for you a wonderful setting of policy context, and a look at a new way of looking at our participatory governance framework. To do that, I'm going to invite the Director of Governance at the SDC, Miss Sherene Walker. Give her a round of applause, please. And I'm also going to invite 3 of our community representatives to join her up here. As I said, we're going to do this in a new contextual way. All right, so first, round of applause for Mrs. Janice Lewis from Red Hill CDC. She's the president of Red Hill CDC. Mr. Johan Klue, Cane River CDC Youth Coordinator. Johan. All right, Johan is there. And Miss Cassandra McLean. Come, Johan, please. And Miss Cassandra McLean, President of the Police Youth Club, second Vice President of Bull Bay CDC Youth Development Culture. Where's Miss? Here she is. So we have some seats right here for you. And now I hand over to Miss Walker.
Has already begun. I've waited long enough. I've trusted through the still, and now I feel heaven moving right where I am. I feel a shift moving me to the other side. A shift God is using to change my life. My change has finally come out with the old. It's time for the new. Thank you.
All right, so good morning, everyone. And I would like to say good morning, nation builders. Because if I go through the protocol list again, then that's another 10 minutes. So protocol, we can agree that the protocol is accepted? All right, it's established. So this is a very important day for us in terms of our partnership. We would have been going right across Jamaica, and we at our final stop, a very important stop, Kingston and St. Andrew. Woo! All right, so, you know, I must single out one person this morning that really made my heart skip a beat apart from the Lord. And it's our mayor, his worship. And I'm going to tell you why. He said, wow, his worship, the mayor of Kingston, Councillor Andrew Swaby. For years, mayor, years, centuries, decades, we've been trying to have a commitment from the municipal corporation for the parish development committee. And to hear you stand here this morning and give that commitment, I'm telling you, I'm like a kid in a candy store. So I want to say thank you for doing that for Jamaica. And our parish manager said that we are working towards achieving Vision 2030. Well, Kingston and St. Andrew PDC was being in the outstanding block for a long time. And so we're happy that at the parish level that we are moving towards that. It would be remiss of me also if, yes, thank you for that, Robert. It would be remiss of me also if I, you know, for those persons who know me, they would know that my biological mom is not here. She moved on. But my mom is here, and I must acknowledge her, and her name is, well, I'm going to use the official title, Apostle Asheria Chain, my mom. And I want to say thank you for being you. I won't go anywhere else and I'll start to cry. All right, let's go. So this segment then is very important for us in terms of barriers to participation. When we were looking at the theory of change for Kingston and St. Andrew, we were talking about governance, and I remember I said to the team that if we're talking about governance, we can't make it look pretty, and that they aren't really barriers. So if you would permit me, I would just want to read the overview of our theory of change. Barriers to participation in community development, from gated to gatekeepers. Kingston and St. Andrew, which includes the capital, Kingston, functions as the nation's political, administrative, commercial, and cultural hubs. Kingston and St. Andrew also has the largest population of the 14 parishes, spreading across a diverse network of 85 communities and 13 development areas. Of the 85 communities, us at the SDC, we would have classified 17 as suburban, 51 as urban, inner city, and 17 as rural. Currently, we don't notice any universal standards in definition in terms of how we would define these. However, for us at the SDC, we have looked at suburban communities in the context as is defined as private residential community within an urban area with controlled access, typically enclosed walls or fences, featuring a gate that restricts entry to residents. Guests and authorized visitors only, often managed by a homeowners association to provide enhanced security, privacy, and exclusive amenities like parks or pools. An inner city community is also part of an urban area. However, unlike suburban communities, it is often densely populated, volatile, and suffers from significant social, economic, and fiscal blight, including the aging infrastructure such as zinc fences, poor housing, and inadequate public services. These areas are often characterized by high levels of poverty, unemployment, political tribalism, crime and violence, requiring targeted social and infrastructural intervention. Rural community, on the other hand, is defined as geographic areas outside the cities and urban areas characterized by open spaces, agriculture, natural resources. It's very important for us to set the context because of our discussion later. So you would have seen us invite 3 of our community stalwarts to share in this part of the discussion. But before I go, I just want to share with you what the ideal participatory governance framework that we are talking about that leads to the Parish Development Committee. And then the discussion is going to point to what are some of the barriers. Maybe I need to. All right, let me join the Samuel text. They can move it for me. Go back to the first slide, please. All right, so in the next segment of what I would want to share, you would understand why I raised the context in terms of the 3 distinct. So when you look at Kingston and St. Andrew, you're going to realize that if we're going to talk about a parish development committee, is how do we organize communities, how do we manage spaces across these distinct areas. So you have the rural, you have the suburban, and you have the inner city. And all of them have their different complexities. And as we share with our participants, you will see. One of the things I want us to leave here with today, though, is wherever you live, that we are all ambassadors for community development. Amen? We are all ambassadors for community development. Amen? All right. So, the local governance framework in Jamaica is pretty much talking about a set of relationships between government, the market, citizens, politicians, civil servants, local government institutions, the legislator, the executive, and of course our international institutions. So for us, next slide please, for us at the SDC, we would have looked at who would have been some of the primary actors. So we look at the primary actors, the local authorities, the community stream, and of course you have the supporting agencies. Let's look at the framework. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. You can just bring it up in its entirety, please. Yeah. All right. So if you take no other selfie or no other pictures today, I'm going to ask you to take a picture of this one. Because this is the framework that we at the Social Development Commission that we are seeking to build, right, Mayor? So you spoke about the PDC being at the top in terms of at level 4. The idea is that it's not just a PDC that's going to be there on paper, but it's one that is really built from the ground up, which is our community-based organizations, or youth groups, or a citizen association. Then you go in, a lot of the representatives here today are actually the community development committees, and then you go into the development area committees, and then we go to the parish development committee. So this is a work in progress. For us at SDC, we have 775 communities. We are about 54% island-wide. And for development area committees, we have 83, we're at 53%. And for the level 4, we have 10 of the 14. And today we can wave the hand that Kingston is going to make it up to the 11. All right. So, and if you look across in the blue box, you see the agencies in terms of the municipal corporation, the JCF, and we have a key partner here, the PIOJ here, in terms of how we want to build out. So the participatory governance framework for us at the Social Development Commission is very important. I see our Director General here, in terms of us achieving Vision 2030 and citizens really participating in the management of our country and our spaces. All right, so we have 3 persons here with us this morning. Time is going, and as soon as I know, Sam will soon tell me that we need to come down. So the first person is Mrs. Janice Lewis, and she is the CDC President for Red Hills. Ms. Lewis? All right. We have Mr. Johan Klue, and he's from Cane River CDC, and we have Ms. Cassandra McLean. So in this segment, we are going to be looking at 3 main questions, and the first question is the concept of a gated community and how we see it manifest in my community. So each person will share their perspective, and we'll start with Mrs. Lewis in how she's seen it in the Red Hills. Remember, the context is that we're talking about suburban, rural, and inner city. All right, so we'll start with Mrs. Lewis.
Good morning. In Red Hills, we consist really of suburban and rural areas, lots of hills and valleys. Since I've been in that community for about 26 years, and in the last 10 years, we have seen gated communities come into the space. They have really started from at the foot of the hill, coming up. We don't have a lot in the rural areas, which is further up the hill. But what has happened is that for those who live in the area, that have the homes, they're usually just homes. We see gated communities as a threat, unwanted, because the infrastructure there, the roads, the electricity, the water supply, has not seen the upgrade necessary to accommodate them. So unfortunately, there isn't enough engagement with gated communities.
All right, thank you. All right, so now we move to Miss Cassandra. From last night, I'm marrying her off, Miss Cassandra McLean.
We continue to speak it into me.
All right.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I must say all protocol is observed to our specially invited guest. Again, my name is Cassandra McLean. I do represent the younger, the younger folks, and I see many 2 youths inside here, but I represent the community of Bull Bay, the love of my life, which is 7 and 8 miles, but most of all, I can speak about the Kingston Eastern Division because I do represent those community holistically as well. While many persons may look at gated in terms of the physical structure to say, hey, and it is creating intimidation, for me, Kingston Eastern is a whole mixture of all the 3 different suburbs, rural, and the quote-unquote inner city. For me, it's more of a mindset thing with young people. because you have persons, because we're so, and I'll speak from experience, we are caught up in our own mind that, hey, we don't have a say, we don't have a speak. You will have I represent the police youth club, loud and proud. They'll call me in my community a police informer. No, I'm not. But I continue to help to bridge the gap because I know what plagues this community. And one of the main things is crime and violence. And of course, I'm getting just a little bit older, not too much. So I opt over to CDC to also represent the young people in that department as well, to get them to come in. I also represent the football movement where young people is, the skate movement as well, the skate freedom skaters in that era. Anything that has to do with youth. Because one of the things that plague them is that they're trapped in their minds. So their gated communities in their mind, hey, there's nobody here for us. There's nobody here to speak for us. There's nobody here to stand up for us. Even if we say we want this in the community, there's nobody here to represent us. Even when we have the gatekeepers like SDCs, we have the police, we have the CDC coming out and they're spoon-fed. They think, oh, it is political, or they want us to inform on our brethren, or they want us to do this. So it's not necessarily the physical gate. Hey, we don't have much physical gate there. A lot of zinc fence, probably open hot spaces, but it's just to get them out of their minds, just to be there for them, to represent them, and to say, hey, this is not an emotional barrier. You are stopping yourself from reaching where you are, because I can tell you, I know a testament that we get the help in the community for most cases as young people. The help that I get from CDC and Police Youth Club bring me in spaces like these where sometimes not even education will take you there. So it's just for us to get out of the mindset that we have and accept the help that is coming towards us from these agencies.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Right,
well said. And I welcome everyone to just stand and welcome now the Minister of Local Government and Community Development, the Honorable Desmond McKenzie, OJ, CD, JP. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you, Honorable Minister, and of course the team from the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development. Thank you. Ms. Walker, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Heron. Good morning, Minister. So we were looking at the participatory governance framework for Kingston and St. Andrew, Minister, and we are having a roundtable just in getting the perspective from 3 of our community stalwarts, looking at the context of rural, suburban, and inner city. So they're sharing their experience. So Mr. Lewis, you are going to share, sorry, Mr. Clue, you are going to share from Cane River.
Morning, everyone. All protocols observed. So I'm representing the general area of Cane River out in Bull Bay. So from my experience, what I've observed from the community, being a rural-centered community, the divide between the citizens is more like looking at persons that have 9 to 5 versus entrepreneurs. There's an information difference between them, and it's more, the gated in this sense is more along the lines of what they think in their minds. So for persons who have a 9 to 5 that see somebody who are more entrepreneur-centered, they think they're uneducated, they think they're beneath them, so there's not much communications between the two groups. The next thing that I've noticed is that for the events that the CDC put on, there's a declining sense of volunteerism among the citizens. And I find, based on talking to them, the decline is stemming from persons not seeing how they individually benefit from volunteering. And also, I see where time, in the sense where the events are sometimes during the week, where persons have to work, and there might be the more convenient time for the events might just be in the evenings, and some persons might have to prepare for work, ready their children, and do all of that. So the level of participation and engagement is not readily available.
All right, thank you to our three panelists. So in the interest of time, we just have 2 areas that we're going to have them speak on, and then we wrap up. And they're going to share their perspective in terms of how it has affected participation and what are their recommendations or solutions to the barriers, and then we close off. So I'll start with Mr. Clue and then end with Mrs. Lewis. Mr. Clue?
So in terms of participation, as I mentioned, the communications between the 2 groups, that being the persons that do 9 to 5 and entrepreneurs. So what I would suggest that could be a possible solution to them not communicating is create spaces where they can meet and they leave the differences aside, where they can see things from each other's perspective. Also, the volunteerism, as Ms. Lewis said, that SDC and other agencies have brought her places where education wouldn't have brought her. I think that providing opportunities like that for more persons would be something that they could use as a launch pad to bring themselves to other places, not just a monetary gain.
Thank you.
All right, I tell you, Miss Lewis, Mrs. McLean, and why you always be married me if it's McLean? All right, for me really, I beg to differ in a way where when it comes on to Bull Bay, and I must say, hats off again to JCF and to Mr. Marks and his team from SDC, because they work tirelessly with young people. And oftentimes they don't recognize, and let me tell you why. Young people, they don't, what is in it for me? Let us get real. Any money in there for me, or am I going to benefit from it? They don't look at the long term of it to say, hey, listen, I might volunteer today. I might be in a room where the mayor is. You understand? You don't know what door can open, what opportunity. They look at immediate return. So we have these agencies, they're coming out in the community, even though we'd want them to come out more. I understand that with manpower and resources, they may not be able to come out as often as we want them. But it's to get in the mindset of these youngsters to say, hey, how can we as young people build Jamaica? You understand? Get them, how can we see Vision 2030? How can we move away to say, being a part of a police youth group, you're not a police informer. Being a part of the CDC, you're not a old man or an old woman. You understand? Being a part of the Freedom Skater, even if you don't get the chance to go to Miami as they want, we're going foreign, take away this foreign mind. How can we help ourselves in our community? How can we build ourselves in our community? How can we use these avenues to say, hey, let Bull Bay be a beacon? It's just to get them out of their mindset and to take away the thinking that, why the lavish lifestyle and the get rich quick mentality and the boy have a mish and the girl have a dolly down. No, there's greater good, there is more to it. And one of my things that I would really love to see is more mentorship. If we can get more gatekeepers like myself in the community, because sometimes I'm far stretched, and let me be honest with you, I represent the football movement. I'm the general secretary there on the Bull Bay football team. We're currently third in our zone. Hats off to that. And yes, it's a far way for us for Bull Bay. And I have been working on their mentals. Just because it comes back down to the mental, even though the ball is round. You understand? I'm a part of the Freedom Skater in the community. I'm there with the youngsters in the evening. I'm a part of the Police Youth Club. I'm a part of the entire division. I represent the division and also my community. I'm a part of the CDC as well. So sometimes I am far stretched, and I do have a classroom that I have to face daily, you understand, with youngsters. So if we can get more mentorship, more resources in the community to capture these young minds to say, hey, these are the greater goods. You may not see the return now, but look at the long term, and then we would pretty much, Vision 2030 would be like, yes, this is what we want for young people. Get them around the tables, get them a part of the decision.
Mr. Samuel Heron, our chairman today and Deputy Executive Director of the SDC, Social Development Commission, Minister of Local Government and Community Development, the Honorable Desmond McKenzie, His Worship the Mayor of Kingston, Councillor Andrew Swaby, Chairman of the Board of the SDC, Mr. Hidran McKulsky, Deputy Chairman of the SDC, Mr. Fabian Brown, Executive Director of the SDC, Dr. Omar Frith, President of Kingston and St. Andrew Youth Council, Mr. Malik Harris, President of the Duane Park Community Development Council, Mr. Godfrey Williams, Executive Director of the CVSS, Nancy Pinchas, CEO of Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation, KSAMC, Mr. Robert Hill, University of Technology Professor of Urban Planning and Community Development, Professor Carol Archer, Senior Lecturer at UA, Social Anthropologist, Dr. Herbert Gayle, and Parish Manager of the SDC, Mr. Wade Brown, Senior Superintendent of the Police, Mr. Damian Mandison. I think Damian is to pursue his PhD. Prophesy. So, ladies and gentlemen, members of the media, good morning. I say it again for some reason. Good morning. I realize I'm getting older, I don't bounce back as quickly from these long trips. I came from a long trip abroad last week, and I'm still dragging. So it tells me I'm getting older. They say 3 things happen as you get older. They say 1, you begin to forget things. I don't remember 2 and 3. Today, I extend heartfelt congratulations to the Social Development Commission, the SDC, for successfully hosting this 5th, and final staging of the Governance Conference series. This series has taken governance conversations across the island, grounding them in the lived realities of communities and strengthening the role of civil participation in national development. I like the fireside chat with Janet Lewis and the others, Janice and the team, and you just learn so much from just the 3 perspectives, and just to see what they are doing and engaging and not sitting on the sides and criticizing, but getting involved. Put your hands together again for them. Under Vision 2030 Jamaica, the National Development Plan, civil society organizations have been on a mission, aligning their efforts with the 4 national goals. 1, Jamaicans are empowered to achieve their fullest potential. 2, the Jamaican society is secure, cohesive, and just. 3, Jamaica's economy is prosperous. And 4, Jamaica has a healthy natural environment. Across our communities, CSOs have made meaningful contributions, supporting vulnerable groups, advocating for inclusion, facilitating access to services, and strengthening social cohesion. As we move closer to 2030, Jamaica stands at a defining point, a fitting time to reset the vibe, build our future, and reignite the fire. we are seeing shifts in how communities function and operate. In some instances, the spirit of volunteerism has become less prominent, as we heard, and the traditional village concept, where communities act collectively, has evolved over time. And this has sometimes resulted in a weakening of connections and a faltering of collective actions. We need to reset the vibe by restoring trust and strengthening participation, as sustainable development depends not only on systems, but on strong and engaged communities. We must create avenues where people feel confident that their voices matter. Every Jamaican should have a clear and accessible way to express what their community should look like and feel like. Whether through community forums, digital platforms, or CSO-led engagements. When people feel included, they begin to reconnect, creating the environment essential for community strength. CSOs play a vital role in this process. You serve as connectors, facilitators, trusted partners within communities. Your ability to engage and mobilize and advocate places you at the center of this reset. Building our future goes beyond physical development. It requires strengthening social capital by fostering collaboration and enabling communities to take an active role in shaping their own development. This can be achieved through strong partnerships between government and civil society, institutions and communities, and across generations. Youth engagement is also important. In order to restore the village concept, our young people must be included as participants and leaders. Their perspectives, creativity, and energy are essential to shaping the future of our communities. As CSOs embark on a mission to restore a sense of purpose and belonging, reigniting the fire, let us remind individuals that they are not just recipients of development, but active contributors to it. It means rebuilding the idea of community, voice, and collective involvement, actualized through increased engagement at the local level. As we approach 2030, we are building on a solid foundation, but progress from here will require intentional action from public and private partnerships and civil society. Let us move forward with clarity and purpose by restoring trust and participation through collaboration and empowerment. Reigniting the fire begins today in this conference and demonstrates the spirit of community and shared responsibility, as together we continue to build our future, making Jamaica the place of choice to live, work, raise families, and do business, and of course, retire in paradise. Thank you very much. God bless you all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Wayne Henry, give him another round of applause. And next, to bring you remarks as well, please welcome the Executive Director of the Social Development Commission, Mr. Omar Frith, JP. Please give him a round of applause.
I stand on the protocols that have already been established, so permit me to simply say, ladies and gentlemen all, a pleasant morning. But you must forgive me for saying a special morning to my honorable minister. He is a very hard-working minister, and it's quite challenging to tie him down. And so for him to be here with us this morning, we appreciate it dearly. So please give him a round of applause for taking the time to be here. I must also single out my chairman, who also lives in Mandeville. And as you know, he is still in the fever and the throes of this year's champs, and for a principal who is so partisan with his school, he has chosen to be here. So thank you, Chairman McKulsky. Give him a round of applause, please. I want to pause to also say welcome to our mayor of Kingston and St. Andrew. You know, it was said earlier that the SDC has been seeking to move forward on a framework for a PDC here in KSA, and we want to commend the mayor for his presence, his participation, and his support. Last and most importantly, all of you who continue to shine and raise the flag of volunteerism, who continue to stand up and show up when many people believe it is unpopular, to stand up and be counted when others are counting the cost. Congrats to you, and thank you so much. Please give them a round of applause. Having been placed at this strategic point of the program to bring my remarks, I have decided not to present the remarks as they were. One of the joys of coming to an event like this is that every single speaker is like-minded, and almost every single paragraph in every person's presentation seemed to be in resonance. And so to risk, not to risk repeating what everyone has already said, I'm going to cut my presentation into talking points and just reason with you. Is that permissible this morning? And so I want to start by indicating that we've heard for so many years that partnership, collaboration is crucial. But talk is cheap without action. And the SDC has always wanted to expand this ability to connect with communities on a large scale. We want to ensure that we're not just present in terms of our intentions, but we are present in terms of our results, our ability to impact and effect change. And partnerships make that happen. And today's event is happening within that context. We are not hosting the SDC Governance Conference, we are hosting the SDC/PIOJ Governance Conference. And so I want to say a big, big thank you and appreciation to the Planning Institute of Jamaica for coming on board and ensuring that together we could make this happen. And so Dr. Wayne Henry, who heads the PIOJ, he and I serve in other capacities elsewhere. He's a life of the party. He's not as boring as he looks right now. Very, 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 very humorous and spirited man to be around. So thank you so much for your vision and your continued support. And so this conference is happening within a context. That's the first thing I'm sharing with you. The SDC is not only speaking of resetting the vibe where you are concerned, but in order to help you to reset, the SDC itself must reset. We cannot give or demand of you what we have not done and developed of ourselves. And as a consequence, the organization has happily been recently approved a new structure from the Ministry of Finance that allows us to be a more purpose-built organization. We want to ensure that when we are working with you, you have officers who are competent, you have the requisite staff that can serve the needs of community development. Not just people who are looking for titles, but people who are committed to change, people who have experience, expertise, but yet have their heart. So this gives us an opportunity to reset the organization, to become more purpose-built, more relevant to the 21st century needs of community development. So I give you my commitment as the Executive Director of the SDC, not just to demand of you volunteers to do better, but to demand of myself and to demand of my staff to serve this country and to serve its mandate better. So that is my commitment to you to begin with. That takes us into ensuring that we are manifesting our strategic direction. Gone are the days when we should be happily satisfied that we have the capacity to develop attractive strategic plans and attractive documents that are not resonating with the needs of people in the communities. Gone are the days when we should be sitting in meetings and feeling that our academic expertise are sufficient to give us accolades, and when we finish working, we have a certificate of what? Participation or long stand, whatever it is. We must ensure that we are living out our strategic mandate. The SDC strategic direction, for many of you who may already know, is to advance the economic development of communities to an integrated community development strategy. All that is nice, mumbo jumbo, you know. But we have to make sure that when we are speaking of PDC, CDCs, and governance groups operating, it means something to you. It is contributing to a change in your lives. It means that if we advance in economic development, this economic development that's going to mean something to you individually. And so we want to give that commitment from the SDC that we are not just sitting on a theoretical framework. We want to ensure that we're activating our mandate in a real and tangible way. That means national policy that is given to us must connect with parish systems and must connect with community organizations and eventually must connect with individuals. And so governance for us is the bridge between national vision and community action. It is the bridge that enables us to support and effectively ensure that individuals have access to the means and the tools to advance their own development. And thirdly, governance is therefore a system, not just an event. So when you come here this morning and all of us dress up in our 2-piece or 3-piece or whatever piece we dress up, I know we are in a place where I'm talking to the choir, but sometimes even among us there are people who are just here for profiling, true or false. And so we have to ensure that we understand that we are deliberately and intentionally here to identify what are the resources, what are the systems, what are the tools that we need to sharpen to make ourselves more effective. Because a real system is a structured set of people, processes, rules, standards, and relationships working together consistently to produce desired results. A system is not just somebody complaining that they want more funding and demanding more from government. It also means that you demand more of yourselves. It also means that when the SDC is established to ensure that you are accountable and transparent, you don't complain that there are too many strictures for you to adhere to. We want to ensure that systems are in place that are guaranteeing sustainability and not just promoting individual popularity. Are you with me? And so that system must be built on accountability, transparency, participation, and more importantly, leadership renewal. When systems are strong, trust increases, volunteerism is sustained, and resources are better managed. And this is how good intentions become consistent results. When systems, not just personalities, drive progress. So we'll finish. The fourth quick point I'm sharing with you. This is a very serious one that I have to share in my remarks. That while we're all here together as supporters and advocates of social development, legacy, succession, and leadership continuity is not something we should take lightly. While we honor pioneers who have built community institutions with limited resources, we laud you, we respect you. We cannot escape this truth that without succession, there is no legacy. My mentor, John Maxwell, says in his book, The 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership, and I quote this everywhere I go, a leader's, and I'm paraphrasing, a leader's true value is measured by who comes after him or her. Leadership is not just the positions and titles that you have earned, not just the things you said you have done, but who have you built? Who have you enabled to become better and to be ready to be a leader as well? Who are you mentoring? Is your leadership style inclusive? Are you creating leadership pathways for development? Are you creating leadership pipelines or personality dependence? And so when we complain that young people are not as involved as we want them to be, are we mentoring them? Are we encouraging? Are we setting the standards to ensure? So I'm challenging all of us that while we demand more of others, let's demand more of ourselves to ensure that we are not just going to volunteer until we're in a wheelchair. All of us will eventually become old, but all of us must prepare the next generation. And this is not to say that those of us who are a little bit older have no use. You are all of us, because I'm not so young anymore. All of us continue to be valuable, but we become useless if we have not prepared somebody else. As simple as that. And so when we go into communities, I'm tired of hearing that, oh, we have low volunteerism, the community members not turn out because we don't have enough young people, no interest. It's not the young people's fault. We have to take responsibility as those of us who are elders and stalwarts in leadership. Are you with me on that? And that segues into my almost penultimate point. We cannot mentor and we cannot be true advocates of social development and transformation if we do not lead with integrity. That doesn't mean that we are perfect or flawless. None of us in here is perfect. And when I say that, I'm speaking to myself as well. Leadership must be demonstrated through consistency, credibility, and action. We must do what we say we are going to do. We must live community development, not just preach it. How can it be that someone who is a president of a CDC comes to a community meeting and hope to attract participation, but that individual's life is not exemplary in their communities? I'm not saying it applies to you, but I say this to say the most attractive reality is a good example. So if those of us who desire to have larger numbers supporting community activism, we have to be more deliberate in leading by example so that people want to be around us. It's as simple as that. And so many of us are familiar with the small slogan that says, be the change that you want to be. Influence is strongest when you lead by example, not just by dictation. Are we together on that? And so this segues nicely into, therefore, what kind of individual is the SDC seeking to create within our staffing structure and within communities? We want to see more individuals who are taking responsibility for the direction of their lives and the direction of their communities. And so governance begins with the individual, while systems and institutions are important. Without the individual as that key fundamental ingredient, there's no system that can work. And whether or not you want to take it from a theoretical perspective, whether you read widely, when I remembered my studies at the University of the West Indies, I recall a few theoreticians, John Locke, Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Many of these men spoke of certain philosophies. We heard of the social contract by John Stuart Mill, who spoke that political legitimacy flows from the individual upwards. It is the individual that forms the legitimacy of political leadership. I start there because sometimes many Jamaicans put their energies towards the political leadership. What are they doing? And not necessarily what am I going to do to be an active participant in my community. And so I really like Alexis de Tocqueville, whose philosophy speaks to republicanism and civic humanism. And he says, voluntary associations and local participation are the backbone of democracy. Individuals must be active citizens, not passive subjects. Democracy thrives with civic virtue, personal responsibility, and participation. So I'm encouraging all of us to step forward with a greater zeal to be held to a higher account based on your own commitment to be better and to lead from the front. And so finally, while we are not here to worship in a church setting, I want to close my brief remarks with the seventh point that I consider to be extremely important. We can pontificate from now until eternity about all the theoretical, academic, all the various systematic frameworks that we can speak about in community development. If God is not at the center of our behaviors, we all will fail. And so, too often, we will spend a lot of money to do 10 seminars, we'll do all the training in the world, and sometimes we neglect to remind people to go back to the center. Go back to ensure that we are driven by faith, purpose, and a mission beyond self. And so I leave you with this core truth. Ordinary people can do extraordinary things when the purpose is bigger than self. Ordinary people can transform our societies and systems if your systems are built upon trust in God. Because ultimately we're not doing this for the glory, we're doing it for development of others. And ultimately, it is always important when we are faced with a challenge to ask, as I must consult as an executive director, I must consult those before me who have led organizations like this. But we must also consult those in the spiritual examples. How do they deal with challenges like what we are facing? Because this battle is not just a physical, social, economic battle. It's a reality that we're up against many forces beyond the physical realm. I'm not getting too spiritual with you now. That's a real truth, right? And so, ultimately, the greatest book beyond those I've read is the Bible that has helped me to stay true to my calling. And so all of you who are going to be serious about community work must understand that this is a life and death matter, that you have to invoke the power of God with you. And so I leave with you the example of David, that David was the overlooked leader. Even when the meeting was being held to convene who will succeed, he was not considered. And many of you will be among those who are not considered. You may not have the masters or the PhDs or the what have you. But David was humble and willing to walk in the way of God, and he became great. Gideon was the weakest in his tribe. And when he was called by God to serve, he says, why me? My inheritance, I don't come from no good family. My background is not the big name. I'm not going to call those names. But I'm not this or that name. But yet God used him with only 300 men to defeat 10,000. 100,000. Moses couldn't speak. He was slow of speech. Many of us may not be eloquent, but God can use us. And if you don't have the power and the skills, God will send help with you. God said to Moses, I will send your brother Aaron who will speak on your behalf. And so be genuine, be real, and God will send people like the SDC. And so this is not just social development. God is using the SDC to transform this country. Mary was just a little girl, virgin, maybe below the age of consent, who knows. And many of us in community work will see the girls getting pregnant, and we say, look, one little girl, a long time she had breathed. She had take man who long now. We chastise and we ostracize people. And many leaders do that. Many of us will lead community groups, ostracize people, hence we don't have the numbers we want. So do not overlook people who appear to be those lowly, unqualified, because God will use them to transform your communities. And finally, Peter himself denied the Most High. When you become a leader, not everybody will be with you right away. Some will laugh and say, yeah man, you are the man. And behind your back them say, me don't know what I'm doing, I don't trust him, I don't like him. Love them anyway. Continue to serve and embrace even those who challenge you. Embrace even those who deny that you know what you are doing. Because ultimately, even Peter, upon him, Christ said he built his church. And so you're going to find people who come in your spaces who seem to ready to undermine you, but they may become the strongest asset in your artillery. So continue to be humble, allow God to use you, continue to educate and inform yourselves, but ultimately be accountable, be ready to change. And this reset is not just an organizational reset, it's a mental reset to be personally ready to take on the challenge of change and transformation. Thank you. Enjoy the conference and continue to serve.
Mr. Omar Frith. Please give him a round of applause again. Allow me as well just to welcome Mr. Charles Clayton, Program Director of the Community Renewal Program. Please give him a round of applause. And also, of course, Councillor Delon Gayle, who is also here with us. Thank you, sir. All right, so next on our agenda is a quick entertainment piece by the Tivoli Gardens Dance Group. Are they ready? Please give them a round of applause and make them feel welcome.
In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. In the beginning, Jah created the heaven and the earth, and then created man of his own likeness and image. Gave unto man wisdom, knowledge, and understanding.
Jah is my help and my strength, so shall I fear. He's a shield upon my right and my left hand, so whom shall I be afraid? Jah is my King, Jah is my light and my salvation, so whom shall I fear? He's my guide throughout this creation, so whom shall I be afraid? Jah is my King, Jah is my guide in my resting and my rising, so whom shall I fear? He's my guide when I step out in the forward, so whom shall I be afraid? Jah is my King.
Thank you. Give them another round of applause. That was well executed. And now it is time for our main address. Please, ladies and gentlemen, make welcome the Honorable Desmond McKenzie, OJ, CD, MP, JP, Minister of Local Government and Community Development.
may be seated. First of all, let me acknowledge the presence of the Masters of Ceremonies. Acknowledge His Worship, the Mayor of Kingston, and the CEO of the Municipal Corporation, along with the various representatives. Dr. Mr. PIOJ, easily one of Jamaica's most dedicated and distinguished public servant. Dr. Henry Aniston. The chairman and the CEO and the hard-working team of the Social Development Commission, I must greet you well this morning. And to our community leaders who are gathered at this very important governance conference. I want to first of all extend a welcome to you to my constituency, because this is West Kingston. So I want to officially welcome you here also. But to say to you that following the Prime Minister's budget presentation, the country is poised for great things. If you listen to the presentation of the Prime Minister, those who did, strong emphasis on community renewal was the centerpiece of his presentation. The way forward, rebuilding, relocation, new disciplines, new challenges. But who sits center and up front in this new dispensation about the realigning of Jamaica and building better, stronger? Who is sitting in prime position as we speak? It is an organization known as the Social Development Commission. I don't know if many people actually understands and appreciate the roles of the Social Development Commission. And I like to make reference to the beginning of this new administration in 2016, when I assumed the responsibilities for the SDC. This was an organization that was operating on here. No funds. So the work of the organization was severely hampered. We set about correcting that. And since 2016, no one can deny or challenge or question the improvements, the tremendous improvements that have been provided to the SDC to strengthen its capacity, not just by a new structure that was mentioned a short while ago, but by providing the resources for the organization to expand its wings. And personally, I said it at the Standing Finance Committee of Parliament, or I said it on a radio program one day last week, I think it was, that I publicly, as the minister, want to salute and to commend the Social Development Commission for its hard work over the last 10 years, and you are growing in strength and in stature. Last year, after we experienced Beryl, or the year before Beryl, the SDC was instrumental in the parishes that were affected by Beryl. Following the passage of Melissa, because of the extent of the damage across 7 or 8 parishes, the SDC was spread right across. We took officers from outside of parishes that weren't affected to send them into communities. You might wonder what the SDC did. And I'll give you one example. Close to 6,000 or more churches in Jamaica was affected by the hurricane. Some of them mash up totally, have to rebuild from the ground coming up. And the government recognized that it is not just households that have been affected. The church, which are a critical player in community development, would need some assistance. And the Most Honorable Prime Minister instructed me to commission the SDC to take responsibility of conducting the surveys within the respective parishes that were affected on the damage and the needs of the church. They did a good job. The government provided 75 million from the 1 billion that was assigned to the Ministry of Local Government through solid waste for debris management. And I'm pleased to announce this morning that in April, the handing out of checks to some 419 churches that were assessed, evaluated, and signed off on will receive cash donations from the government totaling some $74 million, and this will be done in the parish of St. Elizabeth. This is the work of the SDC. They would have had associations with the MCs, the municipal corporations, doing the assessment, and some of the community groups. The SDC's role in building better and preparing more for the hurricane season don't stop with the assessment that they did on churches. They have been tasked island-wide to identify community centers, open spaces that belongs to government, engage the churches in helping us to find alternative solutions instead of depending on our schools to be used as shelters. They have completed the list, and we'll be now sitting down to look at what can be done and how it is going to be done. And their role as the organs of community development is critical, because it is not just about conducting surveys and getting details. All of this is critical to their jobs. But in developing strong communities, and you know, one of the features that the SDC did especially for persons in the shelters. They identify those persons in the shelters who have children of school age. They could tell us how many of them who are not going to school, why they're not going to school. And they not only just collect the data, but they put the systems in place to ensure that those who can go to school is in a position to do so. This is the work of the SDC. So there is a critical role. And if you go back to COVID, a lot of the protocols that the government used during COVID was formulated by the SDC. When we were closing down communities, quarantining communities, it was because of the data that the SDC was able to provide. So when we went into a parish to say we're going to close down this parish, we know where the shops are. We know where the basic needs for the communities exist. And the Social Development Commission over the years, and I like to be controversial, lost its way because the role was marginalized for other reasons. And I've said to the SDC that you serve every single Jamaican, regardless of their politics, their religion, their color, whether they're rich or they're poor. Your responsibility is to provide community service. And I must tell you that they have been doing so. The difficulty I have with today's conference, we speak about governance as it relates to our CDCs and the parish development committees. And I must confess I am not a convert, because the purpose of these community-based organizations, and I listened to the panel, and I agree with some of the points made, that a lot of people know when you ask them to do something, they want to know what is it I'm going to get in return. And you know, it is a culture, and it is something that we need to change. But the effectiveness of these organizations is not being felt because on many occasions they are caught up in personal conflicts. You have a family who controls the administration, and they only deal with some set of people. If there are some benefits to come, it is only some who gain the benefit. Some of them don't operate within the guidelines that is set, because each organization is supposed to create what is called your own constitution to exercise a framework where the communities that you represent feel comfortable. And you have some meetings that are held in secrecy. Some people don't know that it exists. And that is why the challenge to sell it in the way that it ought to is difficult, because a lot of people use the PDCs and the community-based organization for political purposes. And let me make it clear. Government funding is provided to the organizations. There's a structure that has to be met for that to be done. It is unacceptable when you find, I'm going to use my constituency as an example. My community profile in terms of its program includes every single community in West Kingston. So whether you voted for me, it don't matter. The benefits that comes out of the community programs is spread right across the entire constituency. And the community groups sometimes act in isolation of the elected representatives in the various constituencies. And there are members of parliament who speaks highly about the SDC and its contribution to their community programs. And they want greater involvement. The community organizations that we speak about in this local governance partnership agreement that was established in November of 2018, which I signed along with a number of mayors, speaks volume to the input of the community organizations in the administration of the local authorities. It is here. The budget, having community-based organizations sitting on committees of the municipal corporation. And it specifies in the document the various aspects of the community-based organization in the municipal corporation. I think right across the country, there are a number of parishes, including KSAMC, who don't have that structure in terms of the community-based organization. But I want to say to those of you who are here this morning, representing various communities, it is important that you understand and to take control of the role that you have to play in developing your communities. We can't import persons from outside to come into your community to develop programs for the benefit of your communities. And that is why the interaction with the elected representatives and the SDC in putting together the agenda that is going to drive your participation in governance. The SDC is presently undertaking in communities a survey as to determine how Jamaicans and community feels about the One Road Authority, which is something that the government is working to implement over the next year or so. And I can tell you, based on some of what I'm getting, majority of Jamaicans are in agreement with the One Road Authority. We are using the SDC to look at, is our markets being markets in the way that we should be looking at markets, to get the public views on how we can approach markets across the country. So the community-based organizations are critical to the New Look Jamaica. And I don't want any of you in this room to believe that you are not important to the redevelopment and the rebuild of Jamaica. Because when the late Edward Seaga was Minister of Development and Welfare between 1962 to 1967, there was the 100 village community programs that was implemented across the parish, across every parish, where 100 communities were identified and community centers were built. Training facilities were introduced in that program by Mr. Seaga way back in the 60s. Some of these communities still exist. Some of the programs still exist. Now we need to go much further because communities have grown. The population of the country has expanded significantly. And now more than ever, colleagues, the communities need to be seen, need to be felt. Teenage pregnancy is taking a toll in many communities. A lot of our children have lost their way. Not just for the teachers alone, but this is the job of the SDC, working with the community-based organization, the CDCs. And they are not just only the CDCs, and the other such bodies are not just only there to be critical of government policies. They are not only there to demonstrate against police for reducing crime and violence. They are there to strengthen the capacity of government as private individuals using the network of community engagement that this administration has built upon, not by virtue of words, but by providing the resources to ensure that the communities are comfortable. And we can't rebuild a better Jamaica when some of us are passive and some of us feel that, well, there's nothing in it for me. There's a lot of it in it for everybody. When I was coming up, I heard the Cliff Hughes online speaking about we are downtown Kingston, the 7th largest natural harbor in the world. Our possibilities are endless. Are we grabbing it with two hands? Are we sitting back to wait on government alone to do the job? Government alone can't do it. And there are times when government tries, same people criticize government for trying. Let us all become partners in a new dispensation for community development. When we are strong advocates for community development, we get a lot more. The SDC is involved in farmers market. In a couple of weeks' time, I'm going to be addressing another function where we are going to be rolling out more entrepreneurial program, more grants for community-based organizations across this country. So the role of the SDC, the PDCs and the CDCs are not ordinary roles. They are a critical component in the future of Jamaica. So let us now use this opportunity as community-based organizations. I used to visit some when I just became minister. I remember going to Portland, and there was a beautiful water project in Portland, but when you check it out, it was two brothers who won it. And when they had a fallout, the program ended. And I've said to the SDC that your responsibility is to ensure that these organizations, once they are getting government funding, and some of these organizations also set themselves up so that they can get grant money. And in some cases, there is no accountability when they get grant funding. And that is why we have to be firm and say any organization who calls themselves community-based organization who wants to benefit from policies of government must be done in a structured way, registered, do what is necessary, have your monthly meetings, and most importantly, you must be accountable for what you get when you get it. And I'm not going to say to you that we don't have organizations that are doing that. We need everybody to do that. You know, when I just became minister, I got a call from a PDC in a certain parish. And this is a call. Mr. McKenzie, my name is so-and-so. And I am the, I don't remember if she said she's the administrator or the president or so. But they haven't gotten any money and she wants to know if she can pay her car loan or her rent and so. These funds are not for people's personal business. It is to develop in the communities a system where community centers, the facilities that are provided by government, can be easily accessed. And I want to commend those of you who have been working to ensure that there's a common ground that we all stand on. The PIOJ is critical because many of the support that the SDC will get on the community-based organizations, we have to work with the PIOJ in establishing these protocols. And I would not like to hear Dr. Henry call me to say, you know, Minister, we were instrumental in allowing a PDC in Timbuktu to get some grant funding. And we can't get a report on how the funding was spent. There's no accountability. I ran into that experience already. And I had to take some decisions to protect the integrity of the program and to protect the integrity of the government. Because when you talk about grants, this is almost a part of your budget, right, Dr. Henry? So it is something that I would like to say. And I want to encourage the SDC to have more seminars or conferences of this nature that speaks to the question of management of resources and proper accountability. This is something that I'm strong on. And one of the things I've been saying to the SDC is that when you provide the assistance to individuals, it's all, well, you give them and we have make a big thing out of it. Is it encouraging for us to continue our persons buying and appreciating what is taking place? I will say yes or no. We have been affected by Melissa. It means that the strength of the funding might not be as potent as it was before, because there are priorities. But building strong community-based organizations is a priority for this government. And that is why I want to commend you this morning and to say how much we appreciate and welcome your participation. And I'm looking forward to the robust discussions when I meet with the PDCs, which I'm planning to do shortly, for us to continue discussions that we have started before. But the last thing I want to leave you with this morning is about, and I heard Mr. Frith spoke about it, respecting who we are and what we stand for. There is no community in Jamaica that is not important. None at all. And I don't want to get the feeling that there are some of us who view some communities differently than how we view other communities. Human beings make up these communities. And while the needs in some communities are different, there's an underlining thread that is there that says that people live in these communities, and that is what matters. So the focus of the SDC and the CDCs and the PDCs is to develop relationship, partnerships. This is going to be critical as we go forward. I therefore challenge you this morning to accept the responsibilities that we all face. Those of us who are elected and those of us who are selected at community levels. We are all leaders in our own rights. And we will never, ever be able. You know, Mayor Swaby is here. Mayor Swaby is a different shade party than mine. But he is the mayor of Kingston, a position that I once held. And if I can't be naive that we will not play politics when the time comes, but that has to be secondary when it comes on to delivering for the people of the corporate here and the wider Jamaica. And I am not, let me say it loud, 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 I am not going to entertain any politics in the running of these community-based organizations. If you have political ambitions, and I welcome it, don't use the PDCs as a stepping stone to seek political office. Don't do it. Don't do it. Let us keep these organizations clean. Clean from politics. Clean from bad-mindedness and clean. Keep it clean, pure. And then we will realize the vision that we talk about in making Jamaica the place of choice. God bless you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Another warm round of applause. And at this moment, I will invite the Deputy Executive Director of the Social Development Commission, and I'll also ask the Honorable Minister to join her here front and center. Minister, we must say thank you for that message. Please give him a round of applause. And handing him a token of our appreciation on all of our behalf is Ms. Juanita Reed, Deputy Executive Director at the Social Development Commission. Photos? Next, we're going to ask is Mr. Brown, if you could join me right here. And we're going to ask you, Mr. Brown, to please, as his worship stepped out, once he's back. But then I will ask Miss Parsha Allen, is she in the room? Parsha? And we're going to invite Miss Nancy Pinchas, Executive Director, CVSS, to receive a warm token as well. When you're at the Grammys, I say, I would like to accept this on behalf of Miss Pinchas. Thank you so much to all of you for... All right. We have to give away... Chairman, Mr. McKulsky, we invite you to receive a token as well, sir. Please, if you can come here. And we're going to ask Miss Patrice Kamika, is Mrs. Kamika, if you could come and hand over this wonderful token to Mr. McKulsky, please. Thank you, Chairman, for your wonderful remarks today. Thank you so much. Give him a round of applause again. Next, we're going to ask Mr. Omar Frith to come and receive his token as well. Thank you, sir, Frith. And we're going to ask Ms. Sherene Walker to give that to him. Sir Frith. Remember, it's discussion about gratitude as well. We're thanking everyone for all that you have done and all that you will do. And then we ask Mr. Frith to stay and to hand to Dr. Wayne Henry a token as well. Awesome. Thank you, gentlemen. And again, His Worship, the Mayor is here, Councillor Andrew Swaby. Sir, if you could please join us to receive a token from our Parish Manager of the Kingston and St. Andrew Branch, Mr. Wade Brown. Is Parsha in the room? No? All right, thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, good session so far? Yes? No, man, I don't believe you. Good session so far? Wonderful. So, our next activity that we're going to head into, charged the way that we are after such a wonderful keynote address, is a panel discussion. If you'll allow me to, let me invite our panelists to join us on the stage. So I'm inviting the CEO of the KSAMC, Mr. Robert Hill. Please welcome him warmly. And we have seats set up here with microphones for all of our panelists. Also, Mr. Damian Hylton, CVSS Project Manager. Welcome him. Professor Carol Archer. No, not yet. Oh, yes. Professor Carol Archer from the University of Technology, Urban Planning and Community Development Expert. Dr. Herbert Gayle. the Deputy Board Chairman of the SDC, Mr. Fabian Brown. SSP Damian, or is it PhD, Damian Manderson, Commanding Officer, St. Andrew South Division. And then we have a replacement for Mr. Malik Harris. I'm asking Mr. Keino Brown to join us on the panel as well. Please welcome Keino. Gentlemen, ladies, please feel welcome and take a seat. One is right here. So our panel discussion theme today is about from gated to gatekeepers, barriers to community development. We are welcoming, of course, questions and participation from the floor. And I will begin with the first question. And I'll welcome anyone on the panel. Also, just do me a quick check your microphones that they're on. Wonderful.
Check.
Audio check 1, 2. In your view, what are some of the key barriers that both residents and community development practitioners face in Jamaica? Anyone would like to go first?
Well, I'm a resident, and I'm also a community development practitioner. In about 2005, I became the vice president of my community's community development committee. In 2026, I've worked in every organization that has been doing community development from a programmatic level and a policy level. And the disconnect is we're not engaging people. The lack of engagement is one of the greatest barriers to participation. Who are we engaging? We're engaging individuals and organizations, but not communities. Unfortunately, the work of community development has become about completing a project, meeting a target, or getting a simple activity done so that an organization can look good, but not that communities are developed. We have reached the point in this community development conversation where persons who are gatekeepers and are intent on doing good become formalized dons. Not intentionally, but because of how we engage. In a community of 10,000 people, engagement is limited to 10 or 15 over 4, 5 years. And then these people invariably feel like they have a right to be engaged, while others merely have limited participation and exposure to their own community's development. So that's one of the biggest barriers, the issue of engagement. We need a return as practitioners to effective community engagement that is not episodic. The kind of engagement that takes us out of classrooms with 5 or 6 people who make up an executive into the streets, the corners, the lanes, into the places where people sit and have evening conversations, into the bars and the shops where people engage in community discussions about what's affecting them, and onto platforms on social media where young people are discussing every day on TikTok or other platforms what is important to them. Engagement is the critical component of community development. Without engagement, we have nowhere going.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Hylton.
I think also that it is important to note that sometimes we are, in some places I believe we're suffering what I'm considering a cultural, what has become unfortunately a cultural norm, where too many persons figure that they are too busy to be involved. And so it is left up to the faithful few. And then the faithful few become the gatekeepers, because this is a prized possession or position that I have that I am going to guard very zealously. And unfortunately, that happens now if persons, grow, mature and pass on, then that's the end of that. Now, the challenge, I believe, is to ensure that we recognize that we should meet the people where they're at, because the same prescription or solution for community engagement that is a reality of one community is not always the reality of the other. So making sure that we personalize, we use the strategies to personalize what suits who. And the who should not be ourselves, meaning us, the practitioners. It is really about who it is that we're seeking to serve. And so my challenge in responding to a question like that is to first look in the mirror and to see what are the strategies that we ourselves are using, and are we in this room guilty of exclusion, or are we really employing strategies that will embrace and include, recognizing that each community are made up of different sets of persons, personalities and interests, and then we should formulate our plans and our strategies in accordance with the needs of that particular community.
Thank you so much.
I too concur with the statements that have been made so far. Institutionally, however, I want to go back to what E.D. Frith, part of his opening remarks, spoke about the moving from the theoretical and from the discussion of frameworks that has been done over many generations and moving into active participatory engagement. As institutions, we tend to develop a lot of the modalities and a lot of the frameworks and a lot of the theoretical emphases that this is what needs to be done. But the operationalization of that, the true engagement of it, the not trying to handpick who we believe are the best fit to carry this particular mantra forward. The issue related to how we develop as a city, as a municipality, as how our cultural norms shift and our communities widen and age and develop. How are we fitting our engagement practices and policies into that? Are we now battling an age of isolationism where people become siloed? And this is my community, this is all I want to deal with. I'm not going to network with another. And the SDC has that challenge with the support of institutions like the Municipal Corporation, the PIOJ, and of course the community organizations to create that lasting, sustainable network that people converse with each other, not only on a social level, but how do we now plan together using the institutional framework and the frameworks that we have already built within and amongst each other to create this sustainable success. That's what I answered in another way to say that this is a solution, not a barrier. Sorry.
No, that's fine. Thank you so much. Anyone else from the panel would like to take a shot?
Let me say good afternoon.
Afternoon.
All right, so culturally, having gone through slavery and being one of the societies that have absorbed a little bit more of the slavery than most other societies I've worked in, Jamaica suffers from something called segmentary factionalism. We enjoy our factions. A lot of people, and I'll take it from 4 different veins and help you to understand how it is that some people will be able to work very well with Jamaicans and others will not do very well. Only 6% of Jamaicans are Jamaicans before they are labor rights and comrades. 6%. Every single election, we've done the same study, we've still only found 6% of people who, when they tell you the lie, you can't detect. Because they normally lie and say, yeah man, I'm voting on performance, I'm voting on so forth. But we are labor rights and comrades. 6% of Jamaicans, and the other 94% will go at the 6% for being Jamaicans first. Then we get to religion. That's another playground. We get to corners. You wonder why gangs have done so well in Jamaica? Because we are inherently segmentary factional. We love our little corners and we love our little segments. And when we get to color and education, right? I watch the very same police officers I just trained at Staff College. I watch them on the road and I watch how they look at people. Yes? And remember, the police represent us. They are the face of the state and the face of the people. So there's nothing weird about them. They are you. Yes? Anything the police you see them do is what you would have done. All right? So we can, as researchers, we can look at where their eyes are looking to look at where your eyes would be looking. So we do understand you. truth of the matter, this is just how we roll. I have seen on numerous occasions, whether it's with JLP government or PMP government, makes no difference to me. I have seen the exact same thing. They've asked for light-skinned people who you have taught as a dark-skinned person to come to Jamaica to tell them about what is happening with dark-skinned people. And we do it all the time because we are inherently, internally racist. Yes? Have you ever never noticed a community is operating and one person dies or leave and goes to foreign and everything dies? Because this is the one person who was the gel of all segments and all factions. And we have to move beyond that and set up systems that are inclusive. Yes? With me? Not people who are inclusive. It happens on my campus. You have a HOD that loves everybody and works with everybody, and that person term is finished, and the other person goes back and says, I need my, right? I need Wayne, I need David, I need so and so, and the rest of them can go to hell. That's how we naturally behave, and that is why leadership in any one of these community groups have to have the kind of training, the kind of understanding that every single person, and I want to just close the matter to make you understand what I'm saying. I was invited to spend some time with the Pathans in Pakistan, right? Pathans mean people who live in a desert, okay? It's one of the 17 countries and areas in the world I work in, and I've spent quite a bit of time. And when we're going through the desert in a bulletproof Nissan Patrol, do you understand what it means to be in a bulletproof? It means that people will try to see if their guns work on your car. That's the kind of hostility I have to work in as a violence expert sometimes. And when we got to a safe space, the Pakistani man who was guiding us came out and took out 4 sticks. And he said, anybody who wants to do number 1 or number 2, you put one pole, you put another pole, you put another pole, you put another pole, you wrap cloth around it and you poop. The following morning, I flew from Pakistan to the Schloss Arenberg in Austria. And as I walked in, the toilet spoke.
The toilet?
Good morning, Dr. Gayle, how are you? What the hell? But you know, as I started the keynote presentation at the Schloss Arenberg, I pointed out to everybody, 890 odd people in that audience. What's the difference between pooping in the desert and pooping on a toilet that speaks? Nothing. In both contexts, I pooped. And I think if we can get that as Jamaicans, that it don't matter whether you're a Labourite or you're a Comrade, whether you're Adventist or Catholic, whether you're Rastafari, yeah, whether you're born weed or don't born weed, whether you chat patois or you speak English, you poop. And I think if we can get that, if we can literally get that, you're going to see the barriers that we're speaking about simply move away. Because I have been to so many communities that are stuck. Somebody walks in, opens their mouth and says, big up on yourself, good, and everybody ready to listen. But somebody then, as soon as that presentation is done, saying, excuse me, my name is so-and-so, and everybody gets stuck again because they've forgotten that there's one thing about us all, we are yard people. That's all I have to say to you.
Thank you so much.
No, I will come to this from a different angle. I am from Jeffertown, St. Mary. And in Jeffertown, St. Mary, where I grew up, in Jeffertown, St. Mary, where I grew up, it was very clear to me, and at that very young age, that it took a village. Yes? And visiting and living in Ghana for some time, it was very clear to me that it takes a village to care. But over time, we would have moved away from that concept of the caring village. So I think one of the things that we need to do is to find a way so that we can return to that caring village. Yes? How do we return to the concept of the caring village? And you can all go back to the days. It's not that far. I'm looking at you and I can see it's not that distant past when, based on my experience in Jefferton, St. Mary, if you pass Mass Busher and not say morning, you're going to get some serious consideration in terms of discipline.
Here, here.
Yes? And even in my community now, I live in Barbican, because of what I have been exposed to, when I'm walking in the morning, it is so ingrained in me that I cannot pass people without saying morning. So we do have in our DNA, and so we need to go back to that. I think that is a direct response to this barrier, the caring village. Yes? And it's not too far-fetched because it is in our DNA. When you go to Ghana, and I know you're familiar with that, it is in the DNA. Not only that they look like us, but some of the things that, and they do even know. Because you have to respect space and place. Now, we have moved away from it, and the moving away is, can be attributed to the fact that when we get donor support, it says that we have to operate in a certain way, or some of our policies in terms of how we have implemented projects suggest that we ought to operate in a certain way. But I think key to rebuilding organizations is to ensure that fundamental to these organizations, as we did in the 1930s with the Jamaica Welfare, which then gave birth to SDC, which now we are here, let us revisit the caring village. That's my submission.
Thank you very much.
All right. It's on? All right, so good afternoon, everybody. So one of the barriers as a youth leader is engagement, as Dr. Hylton said. More often is too much on reporting, filling a report from the officer or meeting a target is not really real engagement, to youth level. Secondly, after 12 years of voluntary service, one of the things I also realized is transition. Our leaders before us are not mentoring us, are not training us to take over from them. So many times when the leader says step away or stops doing community work, everything stops. Because what? There's no paper trail, there's no nothing at all, no documentation. So now I have a community center that has been closed since CSJP closed because everybody gone. So then no work, so there's no work at all. So then that is the problem that we find, and then youths become disengaged because youth, we don't look much about talking, we want to see action. If there's no action taking place, we're not going to come. Because we say this is a waste of time for us. Because if we come here and there's nothing meaningful, then we're going to step away. So one of the things I think we have to look at transition to ensure that we are mentoring our youths, ensuring that we are training our youth and ensuring us do it. Because from we see the buy-in, we will participate.
Yes. Prof, before you go, I know DSP Mendelson wanted to make a statement. Go ahead, DSP Mendelson, and then we'll come right back to you, Prof.
All right. So let me just take about a few seconds to give a background for me. Of course, I grew up in a rural community called Woodford, really the best community anywhere in the country. That's up in rural St. Andrew. I see some folks here from there. So I'm used to carrying load on my head and, look for the goats and those type of things. But then just after Gilbert, I came to Central Branch down on Slipe Road, where I spent the next 6 years in the garrison, going to school, rude awakening, of course it was during that period. Went on to Jamaica College and spent most of my time in the corporate era. But my JCF life would have taken me to the corporate era, started out, spent some time in St. James, during some of the toughest times of St. James, when murders cracking 300 and other times like those. Spent some time also in Manchester, working the Christiana, Spalding, and those areas as well. And then coming back to St. Catherine and to St. Andrew South, where I am now. I use that context because I want you to understand quite well my exposure to much of the very issues that are being raised and the challenges that are being faced by many of folks. I've come to accept, especially from working in the St. Andrew South space, that our young people want to see their communities develop. Our young people want to see their community advance. Our young people want to be involved in it. But the challenge that we oftentimes face is that we tend to come to our young people or come to our community members to tell them that we are developing your community, or we're here to develop your community, and we want you to come with us to develop it. Nobody can come to my house and tell me that they want to develop my house and I should come with them to develop my house. What they want, what they really want is just simply the resource and the platform to do so. And you might not agree with them all the time in how they want to do it, and I give them my example. When I inherited Greenwich Farm with how many murders per year, and I went inside there, my community safety team and we started having those meetings with the stakeholder meetings, of course, and just simple listening. I went there on Sundays, I didn't even know what to talk to them about. I just wanted to hear from them what are the challenges and what ought to be done. And at the end of it, the things that they propose, my team says, sir, we can't do those, you know. And I said, why can't we? Because, sir, we can't, how are we going to be if we're not willing to go and sit in a classroom and go on the board and the chart and go through the 5-point plan and how to develop a community plan and so on. If we can't do that, then it doesn't work. Says who? We must be willing to adapt to them. And I do believe that's some of the biggest barriers that we face. I do agree with, I think one of the first speakers that spoke about that we have to leave the rooms and leave the offices and leave those spaces and meet them where they are. I have seen it work. And I'm speaking again from my experience, especially in the college that I am now at St. Andrew South. I have seen it work, that you must be out there every single day, talking with them, mentoring them. Of course, so a final point I make is, when I went to St. Andrew South, we were being told that police youth clubs should be in policing districts. So one at Rainy Park and one at Unsby and one at Olympic and one at CV, and that is it, and we can't. And I said, says who? I said, I am not going to send my child from Whitfield Town down to Unsby on a given day. If I'm my child, it's not going. So here, what we need to do, we need to ensure that if wherever the needs are, we carry it there for them. And so what we did is that we set up a police youth club in Whitfield Town. We have now one next door to them at 2 miles. We have another one at Unsby. We have one next door over Majestic Garden. We have a next one up in Waterhouse. We have a next one down in Greenwich Farm. Wherever they are, we meet their needs to ensure that we engage them. We must get out of our comfort. And my final point is this. Community intervention and working with communities, it's not a project. And it's a hard one because it took me some time to get to that as well, because we oftentimes think it's an event that we keep, and depending on the number of people that come out, it is successful. Changing communities and changing the mindset of people to come out of what Dr. Herbert mentioned, that's a mind change. You're seeking to impact mind. I don't know about you, but nobody can change my mind in a day or with an event. Why do you think we can do it with a community and with youngsters? We must see it as a lifelong work. And I know sometimes it gets tiring, but if you keep the meeting and there's only 3 come out, keep keeping the meeting. Change your format, change your style, change your location, but keep doing it. Just adapt to the thing and just keep going, because it's a lifetime work. It will, even when you're dead, there is still going to be need for more work. But we must get to that point of appreciating that this is a project. I call it Project St. Andrew South. This is a project that we are on as a country, and we can't afford to let it go and throw our hands up. We must keep fighting on every single day and keep working at it.
Thank you so much. So my duty here is to manage our time. Wonderful discussion. I'm hearing the village approach, succession planning, inclusivity, the role of data, of course, the fact that real change takes time. Prof, I know you wanted to step in once more.
You know, I have been teaching a class, well, facilitating, because it's not just me being on stage, community development and planning, and another on urban governance. And when I do a survey every year, I've been doing this now for like 20 odd years, and I do a survey with the students, the undergrad students. How many of you are members of your community? None. So I concur with what you're saying. But at the end of 13 weeks, I'm happy to report that they have all attended, participated, and some would even become members in terms of leadership in their community-based organization. Because like our my colleague here, for me, community development is part of my DNA. Eh? Not only have I lived it. This is my commitment to ensure that we have persons believing, knowing, seeing this concept of the village. Yeah? Because you have to be a part of it. It has to be, something has to be in it for you. And it is not just about the money. No, don't get me wrong. The financial part is important. Yes? And I'm concerned that, yes, whilst we have the students there and they are, boy, miss, I didn't even know, and, you know, they asked me to be the secretary and I'm now the new PRO. How do we continue when you have the interest, but you don't have the resource, particularly the financial resource? I don't want to throw that in as another impediment that can be overcome, but an impediment nonetheless to ensure effective community.
I want to add something very quickly.
Yes.
When we select people for community work, I'm going to beg of us to find the handful that are genuine.
Yeah.
Yes. All right?
The handful
you know
that
that humans are animals. We know the puppy shows. We just play hypocrite and play around with them, but we know the puppy shows. We know the checklisters. We know the ones who are putting something on their CV and who just check in. We know. And I've spent my entire life around youth, and I can tell you, they will look at you and say, the one they're rubbish, the one they're article. They know. I remember when we started Children First, and the young people, big up my right? And the young people say, so how long this going to last?
Yeah.
Which is a question that is fair from young people, because they know we come to do something and check one list. So they ask, how long this going to last? And I say, as long as Claudette Pius and Herbert Gayle alive. And when me dead, me beg a worm, them give me a 2-week break. Even as dopey, me go haunt you. None of the two of us, and any other person who's joined Children First, I see my colleague here, we've stayed with these young people, and I've seen them grey up and put on pepper grain, and them say, so you're not left. Me say, well, me did say to you know. Me say, well, me dead, and maybe after, if the worm, they may give me a break. And I think we have been playing with project monies from, yes, we know, from the 4 big countries. Let's just be straight about it. And these projects come segmentary, factional. They come for specific people with specific sexual orientation and specific walk and specific talk and specific backgrounds. Okay, good. And we have the task to make sure that we address a community rather than a little splice of the community. Yes? And it means, therefore, you know, as SP said, it can't be a project, it has to be a program. We're very project oriented. If I ever tell you about a project that came to Jamaica, you will laugh. Money actually came to Jamaica for circumcision. Circumcise who? Why not going to circumcise your picnic? Huh? Every foolishness comes to this country. Sit down in your bed and think of any foolishness and it will come here. Until we begin this issue of ownership and making sure that people understand that we own this. Yes? I leave with you 4. Yes? Fairness, ownership, and respect. If you're going to work at community level, again I say to you, make sure. Yes? And we have some preconceived ideas that the pastor is the best one. Okay. Praise the Lord.
Should be.
But it don't work like that. It comes about by being around young people, if we're going to work with them, and see who makes them act positively. And that person, even if he stutter, even if he can barely read and write, is the person you're going to invest your monies and get to go on. We're too classist, we're too colorist, we're too east. We have to get back to a point of efficacy, what works, and stick to that, and make sure everybody at the end of the day have a feeling that I own part of this, and this is not us checking a list.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. So we do have an opportunity for persons from the room to ask questions. I just ask you to raise your hand. Someone with a microphone will come to you so that you can ask. I see a question, a hand raised right here. Pink outfit.
Mic check. All right, afternoon again, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Let me tell you, I'm very, very passionate about Police Youth Club. I have been a part of this movement for over 19 years. Very passionate. Now, one of my things is that, and this is, I don't know, to JCF, one of my things is that we have police leaders separate from the president. They're there to guide us and to walk with, and I love their approach. Love your approach. I pray to God we can adapt it in Kingston East. Anybody here from Kingston East, don't stone me. But the thing is, most times you hear the station say, hey, because for Bull Bay, for example, we have Harborview Police Station that is responsible for Shooters Hill PYC, and they're responsible for 7 Miles PYC. Then we have the Bull Bay Police Station that is responsible for 9 Miles PYC and 8 Miles PYC, based on their division, their policing division. Then you have the station. These youngsters look up to the police. If you say to them, we are going to come out this evening to have a match, a football match against the police, you see everybody come to club. And that football match will bring forth a positive message, which in return can change at least one mindset. So for this week, because we have meeting weekly, for this week we'll see 1 police. Next week, one of the things is that, hey, we don't have enough police to send from the station because police have to go on operation, we're understaffed. No, we have so many youngsters in the youth club that we can transition from district constables to constables, so go up in the ranks for them to become leaders. But yet we don't have the leaders that we need to mentor these young people to continue to bridge the gap that we see exist, to be the gatekeeper. But here we're saying that we want a different in Jamaica for Vision 2030. But then the opportunity is there for us to create the difference, and we're looking against it. So how do we go about things like this?
Very good, and let me commend you. 19 years of the Police Youth Club, that's awesome. That's commendable. I'm going to speak on 2 fronts. First of all, I'm going to speak in terms of our national strategic plan and of course, from a more micro level. Our thrust at this stage is appreciating the value that we must police with consent. I'm going to use probably the guys here would even more appreciate about shared power. It's something that we have stayed away from immensely as a policing organization for years, because we fear that by sharing power that we lose power. Not appreciating that by sharing power you actually gain more power and you have greater control and you have greater impact upon your communities, because what that really means is that we all come to the table and we all have roles and responsibilities, and we all hold each other accountable for our roles and our responsibilities. That's simple it. police can't be everywhere every time, and many of you might have heard me spoke before, would have heard me say this. I can't have a police in every single corner, every single bedroom in St. Andrews South, but I can. I can by empowering and bringing on board every single citizen and resident for them to come to appreciate the value of law and order. And by doing so, I don't have to be there, the uniformed person don't have to be there, but I have a police there, if you understand what I'm saying. So it's very important. It's very important to share, be willing to share that power so that, community members take ownership of their space, ownership of the peace that's within their environment. So we are pushing towards that, and the Community Safety and Security branch, and I must commend because we have come a far way. When we started out, Community Safety and Security was an office at the Grand Spence new built station that when you say, can I get community policing, they say, yes, it's around there on that door. Thank God we have moved away from that to where it is really now becoming what it ought to be, a philosophy and a way of policing across our country. So we are pushing and seeking to build out community safety in such a way that we're better able to serve and to provide greater level of mentorship, but not just that it resides within community safety, but it resides within policing in general, in terms of every single patrol that drives into your community is a community policing officer. Every single interaction is one that exudes that. And it's not just about the nice police, as they would say, oh, these are the nice police, but the bad ones just gone. We're moving away from that because we must ensure that we empower the community to work with us throughout. I'm going to come micro now because when I went to St. Andrews South, community safety was one inspector by 6 officers. And after a short while, it was about 5 because somebody retired. But I immediately, after assessing and walking the street, I realized that this can't work. There's no way it could work. My community safety team now, most of which are young probationers, of course, but my community safety team now is over 20 plus because I've sought to ensure that I build out a team, empower them, give them their mandate, train them, prepare them, and task them. We have one of our officer, one of my community safety officers is sitting right here, probation, of course, but empowered to work with our youth clubs, work with our youngsters in school. One of the problems we had is one, just as you mentioned, not having police officers to attend police youth club to provide a level of mentorship, because it's not about presence, but providing mentorship. We no longer have that. In fact, I just tell you, we have multiplied our police youth clubs from 2 to just about having about 8 now to 9. Not just that, but we also had a gang problem. You know, St. Andrews South, you hear people say we have the most gang per square mile than any other division across the country. So one of the things we set out to do is to seek to identify the source of that. One of the main sources are the schools. One of the main sources. And you talk to the teachers, they tell you that, yes, this youngster was at school last year, September, but I know I saw his name on a paper, but I have not seen his face ever again. And when you check the community, of course, he's in the community, burning spliff and running up and down with the gangsters. So we recognize there was a systematic problem. So what we did was long before JCF, which we are now doing on a broad scale across the country in terms of school resource officers, is that we recruited officers from St. Andrews South and from external to put in the schools. Because one of the first things we're saying that we must do is that we must stem the source of those gangsters. And so currently, our relationship with the principals, our relationship with the schools, we have Selassie School was one of those high schools that we had serious problems with then. We know of a police youth club inside Selassie High School. We know of our school resource officers resident there on a day-to-day basis to simply cut that tributary for which gangs flourish. And now, of course, not just there, but we're working with the community around Selassie School, and so Payland as well is one of those areas where McCoy Lane and those where juvenile violence over 5 years ago were like a daily basis. When I just got there, I was moved when I hear that we are shooting, and when I ask in the community who did the shooting, they're saying it's a 12-year-old, it's a 13-year-old, it's a 14-year-old who shoot off a 10-year-old, and those type of things. And we had to cut it, we had to engage, and they said knock board, but we in South we don't knock board because we know it's because of the effort and all the divine and everything else that comes together, the partnership that makes it work, because Payland is going 2 years without a murder, because we have moved to ensure that we make community safety officers and policing available to the people. We must engage. We must be on the road. We must be out there at all times. And so they will tell you, when schools are on break, my resource officers don't stay home. They go and walk the community where the parents are and meet them and meet the children, the same children. They stay in the community just the same. And that's important. I just want to quickly add, this is a reference to the Police Youth Club movement. And the Police Youth Club movement is under the auspices of the JCF. But there are so many other organizations at the level 1 in the participatory governance framework. Are you asking, whose auspices are they under? Who's providing that kind of support? Who's helping those organizations? Who's strengthening those organizations? And I think structurally, one of the barriers that we're dealing with is the way the PGF itself is supported. Level 1 groups are not under the auspices of the SDC. And one can understand why that may work theoretically. But if level 1 structures are not strengthened and built, then how are you going to have effective level 2 structures? And if the level 2 structures are weak, then level 3 structures will have a problem. And then the PDC itself will not be a true reflection of the strength of activism and participation. So we go back to Professor Archer's point about resources. And we're not talking about putting money in people's pocket for them to, do things with it that they shouldn't do with it. We're talking about creating mechanisms by which you reward community organizations that are demonstrating that they are following the processes and that they are being effective in doing what they need to do in the communities. As a community person, one of the things that drew me to community development was impact. When something works in a community and people say it works, they're going to support it. When it don't work, people are going to say a waste of time. And if the communities cannot scale their operations, they do a little thing, a summer's program, and it was good, but them can't scale it because them don't have the resource support to scale, then that opportunity for more people to buy into the governance process and the participation dies right there because there's no opportunity for scalability. So we have to look back at the PGF and ask ourselves, who is going to support level 1? Who's going to advocate for level 1? We have a conference today, and the conference largely is focused on the PGF and the CDC. We understand that. But who's going to have a conference for the level 1 organizations? The fledgling CBO, the person in the community who wants to start an environmental club, but don't have nobody to provide them with the guidance, the support, the encouragement. But you need those organizations for governance to be a relevant conversation in the community. So we have to look back at the PGF, we have to look back at it structurally versus how it is operating practically to determine if we are actually moving governance in the right direction.
All right. Thank you very much. We have another question here.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon.
So we've been talking about barriers, or we started the conversation about barriers, and I guess we need to start there before we can get to the solutions.
Right.
And so I've recognized that there are two topics that have been kind of brushed over. One was mentioned by the young lady from Bull Bay when she spoke about young people being stuck in their minds, brushing over a subject that I'm going to mention following this. Another subject that I commend the doctor, that mentioned the root cause of some of this. And he spoke about slavery, and I think a lot of us would want to ignore this and not want to acknowledge that this is the root of many of our challenges today. He spoke about the segmentary factionism. Nobody has spoken about epigenetics and the fact that science now proves, and that is coming from a place of, as I mentioned, the young lady spoke about young people stuck in their minds. What is that saying? It's saying that there is a mental health challenge that is coming out of slavery. And I think we don't want to acknowledge that as much as we should. So in order to get to the solutions, I think we really need to look at this problem at a community level. What are we putting in place? Because it's all well and good we put systems in place, because we really need to take a systemic approach, at that community levels to this challenge. In schools, teachers have been saying this. There is a mental health challenge. So I'd love to hear a response, because epigenetics is, the science tells you that everything that our foreparents went through, it's still within us. And we're acting it out. And I think this sits at the core of the problems that we're discussing, the barrier before we get to the solutions. Thank you so much. I'd love to hear a response on this.
Thank you so much. Before the panel goes, would you say then that community development today is better than it was before? Or has it deteriorated? So if it has deteriorated, the generation before, were they better at coping with the epigenetics than the current generation? Yes. That's part of it?
Yes.
Right, because that is 20
social
years
media
old.
is really what is inviting it in our spaces. We're seeing and a lot of young girls, and let me say females, because I'm a female myself, we'll see that, hey, everybody have the flat stomach. Everybody's doing the BBLs. Everybody, hey, I don't want no cocomelon. This is a thing. Everybody's on social media and they're flaunting their body.
Right.
So when other persons of like body type like myself,
yes,
we're not able to flaunt our body. Well, not that we're not able, because you have fat people doing it the same way. But hey, I don't have the body to flaunt on the social media like everybody else, or live the lavish lifestyle like everybody else. We're stuck in our minds that, hey, boy, what am I going to do to get this done? What am I going to do for myself? And they sit down in a depressing state that you can't help me. What you bring to the table. You understand? Yes, we're talking about Jamaican young girls.
Okay.
And for the boys, oh, I don't have the six pack that the young ladies are looking for, and all of these things. And they internalize all of these things.
That's
and they said that, hey, we're not coming out with, because we are not accepted, and we don't speak eloquently like the doctor and the professor.
Right.
So nobody hear what we have to say. Our voice we don't have a talk. We don't come and impose on us and hear what we have to say. So all of these things, and you hear it from the young people, and these are the things that actually plaguing them, and in most times cause depression, which, as she rightfully said, is pretty much mental illness.
Fair. Thank you so much. I know there's a question here, but a quick reply to the epigenetics, 2 minutes.
Right. So there is a program, if you prefer, called neurobiological anthropology, and part of what we examine studies is basically the kinds of traits that we carry forward in our genes. So the human species carries the genes that you enjoy, are the genes that provide you with a greater sense of self, or a greater valuation of yourself. So color, back in the good old days that we're speaking about, that my parents used to talk about, I am not very convinced, but I will listen. I sit in the crossroad as a Gen X, and I can tell you that a lot of the traits that my parents' generation, baby boomers, valued were very racist.
Yeah.
Yes, and I can tell you, my mother is part English, part German, part Indian, yes? And you see how dark I am? My mother looks like a white person. Dead and gone, but I'm telling you that I've had to try and see if I can get it in the skulls of Jamaicans that it doesn't matter what color you have, you cannot really tell who you are. So what you should be doing is trying to love who you are. Now, my mom shared with us something of tremendous importance. She said to me one day, we were talking, and she said, you know, I look at you and you're not dark enough. No, I'm the darkest child, right? And she said, so I said, oh, so all your man them did black? She said, no, black tar. And it may sound like good humor to you, but my mother had 8 boys, and none of us had any colorism in us, because my mother, though very light-skinned, you know, had an attraction for the people that we rejected, right? Because let's just be honest about it. And so just even my two sisters, I only have two sisters, my two sisters would spend a lot of time talking about how important it is to be dark-skinned and so forth. So in other words, in a family like mine, we would have passed on the gene of not having any issue with color. And my two children, they don't. But I know people who have spent enormous amounts of effort saying, you see how you're black? You better find one light skin pin, you better wash out some of it. And I've watched those children and how easy it is for social media to twist and turn them and all of these things because the home itself had rejected you. Are we clear on this?
Yes, sir.
So if at the home level and the community level you reject a particular appearance or you reject a particular type of achievement or a particular kind of being, it means therefore that your neural frame, the pituitary gland right here, is going to be working on the hippocampus, which is right here. Notice how close they are in the brain? To select somebody who is not you. We're very uncomfortable with ourselves. And one of the messages that we have to pass on to young people is everybody has an advantage. Right? I say it all the time. I watch the two of us trying to fit under the chair here. Remember, tall men are the first selected.
Yes. Yeah,
okay? But I watch the two of us. I watch the two of us trying to fit under a table that is made for somebody 5'9". All tables are designed for a male 5'9", and we're over 6 feet. So we have disadvantages too. And until you get to that kind of honesty, where you begin to make people know that start with who you are. Are you plump? Okay, here are the advantages, here are the disadvantages. Accept yourself for who you are, work with who you are. You're maga like me? Yes, you can pick fruits for girls. You have to work with what you have. And I think there's a lot of work we have to do as a people to make sure the next generation of young people, yes, these ones, we're talking about the Gen Zs, yes, we're going to have to work with them to accept themselves, because I guarantee you the ones who accept themselves don't have this nightmare of mental health.
Thank you. We have no time really for one more question, but I know you've been waiting, so I'm going to ask you, please, just ask the question so we can get from the panel and their closing remarks, so I can break for you to go and have lunch.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon.
To the panels, all discussions are really, vibrant and up there. But for my saying, for the community to be uplifted, we, the head of the community, the members of the community, were trying to get the community where we want it for a better Jamaica. Yet, still, for those who would like to see our community progress, like the big necks and the professors and those are the persons that we would like to engage our community, to come into our community and to speak to our residents. Those the people who knew and who know what to say, how to say, and what to do. They are the persons to come in, because the community members sees us, they know us. They know our walks, our talks, they know what we are about. But if they don't, the persons who want to see the persons for what they are.
So you want the SDC to take the panel to your community?
Well, take the panel to the community, to speak to them, to let them know their worth.
Absolutely.
Because we are telling them, but if they come in and to let them know, look here, you're worthwhile.
Right.
You don't have to do the BMB or the CMB or whatever B.
Which B? Which B?
You don't have to have. You don't have to have a whole heap of papers to show that you have something on paper.
Absolutely.
But when they come in and talk to them and to help us who are the leaders, to uplift. That's where we'll get a better Jamaica, a better community.
Amen.
The police in St. Andrew South is working with the youths there, which is very, very, commendable. But I am at South St. Andrew, and when the police coming in to South St. Andrew, their windows wind up. They are not saying good morning, good afternoon, good night. They are not engaging the youths. They are not stopping to say, young man, you have worth. The rum and the ganja is not yours. Let us talk. Let us reason for good. Where are they? What are they doing? We alone as community members, we alone can't do it.
Right.
We need the big necks. We need the professors. We need the Pakistanian.
Yes.
So when the SDC officers, when they come into the community and they see us with the community, the SDC representative, they're going to say, well, I always seen her. We go on the corner. I must commend Miss Hudson for what she's doing in my community.
Commendations, Miss Hudson.
How we don't stay inside. We start to do the on the corner. So people see us, people know us, people hear us.
Right.
But for the professors, we need you guys in the community.
And I want to say to everybody here, you can invite the professors through the SDC to come to your community on the corner to come and spend time there with you.
We need them. And that will help us.
The SDC officer, Ms. Hudson, as you said, and all of the, by the way, give all of the team KSA a big round of applause to it. They will do their part in ensuring that we get these persons to the community, to you. So, we, in the interest of time, I'm going to ask, we haven't gotten to any solutions yet. So I'm going to ask all of the panelists, solutions. What are some possible solutions to breaking some of these barriers? You can choose a barrier that you've spoken about before or one that you were hoping to talk about today. I'll start nearest to me here with our Deputy Chairman, Sir Brown.
Thank you very much. I would want to just posit three things. Let's reset the vibe and acknowledge and pivot to becoming facilitators rather than leaders. Sometimes as leaders, we believe that we're going to lead our way and we need to facilitate more, listen. We need to facilitate more. 2, let's reignite the fire of engagement, not only toward and for our young people, but toward and for our parents, because it starts there. So we need to reignite that fire of engagement. And I'm suggesting that we do all of this when we're talking about opening the gate of inclusion. We need to do all of this on the premise of listening, and not listening with the intention always for a response, but listening more critically for understanding. Because oftentimes we listen in order to respond. In the streets, as you start talking, no say party man, me know yes. No, make me done. You can understand exactly what it is that I'm about, and then you can facilitate a process to guide me as I'm asking for your guidance.
Yes.
So I posit those three.
Thank you so much. CEO?
Thank you. I've made an interesting observation that I suppose many would have. Their questions, feedback only came from the women in the room. And it says a lot. What does it say to me?
They're courageous.
That women are... that goes without saying.
Yes.
But what it says to me is that the same position that Professor Archer started her commentary with about DNA, it is our women that hold our communities together. It is the seat, what I term as the seat of the value system that identifies what a community is. She's the mother, she's the caregiver, she's the first one to nurture and the first one to grieve, and the first one always to identify where the weaknesses are and how to guide us to solutions. I wrote down a couple of points. I believe that there is a value system, Herbs, that is either misidentified or not identified. I think that we step back behind the topic that was stated, because I believe there was an assumption that we can get straight to the discussion. So we have these barriers to community engagement. What are they? And we were assuming, I'm not saying that you're incorrect in the assumption, that, all right, so we have fractured communities and we have transactional relationships, and people want to notice it for them. They want to understand why the structure is not working and why KSA is where it is compared to a Manchester or a St. James or wherever. We now realize, sitting here and engaging in this discussion, that there's far more that needs to be dealt with, addressed, confronted, and spoken truth about. That is I only can use a term that I'm used to. There are some psychosocial cleavages and issues that we need to confront, that we that we're obviously afraid to confront before we can get to dealing with what I know it is now called a technical issue, which was supposed to be the simplest issue in the room. How do we rebuild our communities and our networks? We have to get back to a shared value system that is around what is called a community, not what is prescribed as a community. Every community is different. Every community identifies itself one way or another. But that identification process can't be isolated from another community. That's all I'm saying. The KSAMC, by law and by function, must participate, facilitate, engage, grow, stretch by way of the Local Governance Act and the other acts and regulations that support our functions and operations. We stand ready to engage and support and encourage. But I realize that this requires a day two, Chairman. I'm sorry.
No. Please take your time.
It requires a day two. It requires some breakout sessions. It requires some
Absolutely.
truth and reconciliation.
Absolutely.
It requires some critiquing and criticism. Mom's here. I don't want to use a colloquial term. The last lady that spoke about the police activity, the police work, and also what is not working. We spoke about young people and their interpretation of themselves, and therefore they are locked out of the community conversation because it's all about what is in the head. We spoke about what the church would term as generational curses, which we use as the neurobiological anthropology now, that the understanding of the transitional trauma that has come down through the ages, and we don't know how to deal with it. If we don't know how to deal with it, we can't build a community. We can draft legislation till thy kingdom come. It not going to work simply because there are other issues underlying that don't allow us to open our minds to develop and plan, engage and grow. Those are my few comments, and I thank you for that.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Mr. Hylton?
I think to start with, if we're going to address this transactional ideology and practice among residents in our community, we must first address the transactional approaches of us as practitioners. As practitioners, we have moved away from the focus on working ourselves out of a job. And we have tried and deliver projects and initiatives to meet targets and project objectives. That is wrong. Community development, as was said by the officer, is not a project. Community development is a lifelong process. We have shortchanged the process. And the way we structure our work, whether in government or outside of government, cannot work in relation to how community development is done. An officer can't have 3-4 targets to meet and say they have achieved their targets and so the community is served. That can't work. So we must look at the transactional approach that we are taking first. That's one. 2, SDC need to be resourced properly and put at the center of the conversation around community development. the lip service thing and the pontification and stuff like that doesn't work with an organization like this, because in every community that you go in Jamaica, you can see whether historically or currently something that the SDC would have done or is doing that is making some kind of a difference. If that can be scaled, scaled efficiently and effectively, we may start to move the needle a little bit more. Resource the SDC and give them the support that they need. The municipal corporations need to implement the amendments that were made in the Local Governance Act of 2016, which gave right to citizenry to participate in decision making. They have a right to. It is not a privilege. I commend the mayor of KSAMC and the CEO for the advisory council that has been established. But I'm going to say to you, the advisory council must also have citizens sitting on the council, not just technical experts and people. Let us find the citizens.
It's broad-based. It's broad-based.
Wonderful.
Professor Archer is with you, even from the Householders Association.
No, I don't want Householders Association.
There's also from
good
Citizens' Rights to the City. We have a broad-based representation. So
that is
let you know.
that is one step in the right direction.
Yes.
The next step in that direction is for the Parish Development Committees in Kingston and St. Andrew to be activated so that we can have the voice and the representation of the people who are affected by underdevelopment in the room, because they know it best. And the last thing I will say is stop the handouts. The handouts feed into that slavery thing that you spoke of earlier. What communities need are a hand up, not a hand out. Help them so that they can start help themselves, not so that they can continue to look to you for help. If we can move our ideology around community development in that direction, we're not going to solve all the problems, but we may be able to move the needle a little bit and get the gates open so that the gatekeepers can do more of what the gatekeepers need to do.
Thank you very much. Professor Archer?
Well, I want to thank my colleague here for that kind invitation for us to come to the community. And I'll say this, I will come to any community that I'm in, but please understand, I will be there not to do it for you, but to do it with you. I will be there not to look at what is wrong, but to build on what is strong. Working on the assets that are there, because each and every community in Jamaica have assets. As SDC officers, one of the first things you do, you go in and you identify what are the community assets. But what do you do with those assets once the community has identified? How do we build? And I want to commend the SDC. I see evidence of local community development, economic development. That is key. And so overcoming and addressing the barriers, how do we build on the assets that are within the community? And some of the very assets are the women, the youth in the community. How do we continue to build? Another means for me to address this issue of, and by the way, I do have some challenge with the from gate to gatekeeper, because you're still gate, whether you have a gate or a gatekeeper, you're still enclosed, you're still barred. Yes? And for me, key to addressing the psychosocial is that of education. I think for too long we would have seen the classrooms and the schoolrooms and the school grounds being closed to the community after 3 o'clock. And the communities don't have access to that space for continued learning and continued interaction. So we need to start where we are strong, building on our assets and using and ensuring that the educational institutions from basic to tertiary play a key role in the community to ensure effective community development. So those are my submissions.
Thank you very much.
Reducing.
Thank you, Professor Archer. Dr. Gayle?
I want to take us back to what we've been doing at Fathers Inc. and Children First for over 30 years. And it is simply far pro. You need to be fair to people. Fairness is an important facility that a lot of us bypass. Away from selectivity, we need to stop including and excluding. We need to make sure that we carry on like the good old school classroom, which is watch teachers very carefully. Quite often, the pitney that them call the baddest one is the one that the teachers want to rescue. I want to see us return to something called needs-based approach. I am a little bit tired of the packages and the IDs and the ticks and the so forth that have become a part of development. Monies today have an ID, they know precisely who they will help and who they will exclude. All right? I want to see us go back to a setup where we look at 10 children in a room, and it doesn't matter their genitalia, doesn't matter how their pelvic girdle is structured by God, it doesn't matter whether or not they are tall, short, none of those things matter. And I have taken that approach for a very long time, and I understand that we are connected to each other in such a way that when you help the weakest and the poorest one, that one no longer becomes a drag and a burden on the strongest one. It is important that we assess our needs, the needs in our communities, and work in that way. Because I call that fairness. Ownership, and the SSP talk about ownership a lot, so I won't spend too much time on it, but it's important that the people who are the ones in need are also the ones who lead. Did you hear me?
Yes.
Huh? I remember the first time in London we had a whole symposium put on by a group called Bears. And I'll never forget how many of those persons put up their hands when I asked, how many of you think that the people who came to help you did not know fly? And everybody put up their hands. Countries spend enormous amounts of monies on people who are consultants who have to ask you, like Miss Wanda back in Savlamara, who did. They have no idea at all what's going on, but they fancy. We have to go back to a point where we ensure that we empower the people at the community level whereby they can lead. Yes? And the R in FAR is respect. I beg of you, learn to respect yourself so much that you have the confidence to respect others. I always beg people, if you can love yourself so much that when you love your neighbor half as much, your neighbor is safe, God bless you. Take good care of yourselves.
It's very difficult after all. I could just simply say ditto. But let me, first of all, just touch on finally one of the points which was made. Social media is a real place in the sense that it exists. And I would just simply say to us as social workers, as community builders, let us seek not to trash social media, but with open arms to seek to use it for advantage in reaching our community and our community young people. Because whether it was there in our times, we had to go and rent cassettes and those things to watch shows and them things. And I remember going to my neighbor's house and peep through the window when him get one color TV and them stuff there. And now they walk up and now we walk on with color TV and 3D and 4D stuff. The point I'm making is that it is here to stay, and if it's going anywhere, it's going to get better. We must seek to use technology to reach our communities, to reach the young people within the communities, to galvanize that sense of community and not believing solely that the traditional ways and mediums is it, and if you don't go this way, so if you don't come physically to the meeting, why should I keep a meeting online to please you? If that's where they are, go there to meet them. So I want us to, seek to use social media in that positive way, and in so doing as well, help our young people to appreciate the difference between the make-believe and the reality. It's very important to make those distinctions and those one-on-ones and those interaction with them and getting them a part of the clubs and the societies, police youth clubs and pathfinder clubs and sports clubs and all of those. It's very important to get them that one-on-one mentorship to ensure that we change and we impact the mind in a very positive way. And my final point is what, and the folks from Duane Park who are here, kudos to you, and you know my quest on this is simply partnership. As an organization, you hear that we're being lauded about crime reduction and other such achievements, especially over the past year and a half, 2 years. But the fact is that you know it quite well. The constabulary force could not have done this by ourselves. We could never have reduced crime across this country by ourselves. Even with our best effort, we couldn't have done it by ourselves. This is achieved because of you. It is achieved because of the partnership. The partnership, and for us that is critical, not just for the JSF, but for all of us as a country. Partnership, it must be all-up approach when it comes on to developing our community, when it comes on to keeping our community safe, when it comes on to ensuring that we build a place where we can live, raise family, and do business. Every single one of us are important, and even the ones that you don't agree with, even the ones that you might be somewhere along the line is a problem. And I say this to you, and I will not qualms to tell you that, not half, but quite a few of the numbers in my phone are individuals who we have known to be criminals. Quite a few of the numbers are persons who we have known to be troublemakers. But we have to reach out to them. We have to engage with them. We must get them to the table as well. We must get them to the point of appreciating that, Gayle, you have a choice. You have a choice, and your choice is going to determine your destiny, but you still have a choice. So even as we build communities, you have to engage the man. I have a situation, let's close with this. We have a situation in Woodford where from where the young men want to come off the street and have a place to play football and where they can engage and so on. But the lady who working on the Water Commission land is saying, I've been doing this for many years. Why should I destroy my crops so that you can come play football and stuff like that? She has a point. They have a point as well. They all must be brought to the table, and we must can work it all together. And so that is partnership. That is partnership to ensure that we work and we build communities together. And I guarantee you, if we continue to rightfully put country first, if we continue to ask the question, what can I do for my country and not what the country can do for me, if we continue to push with all that we have in a commitment, in looking out for each other, in appreciating the effort that is needed from me individually. I can't change the world, but I can change my little corner. If we continue that level of engagement and partnership, I can guarantee you that our better days are ahead of us. Our better days are before us, and we can make the difference.
Keino?
All right, so my points as we wrap. One of the things that I have seen since COVID is that mental health has become a big factor in the community, where, the conversation about anxiety and depression and identifying who you are has become a big topic. And parents more time shy away from it because they themselves don't know how to have these conversations. So then the youth becomes act out on these type of different things. And I, as a community person, I don't really understand it neither. So then we ask the SDC and the different organizations to let us partner to see how you can train us as community leaders in identifying these problems and how we can solve them. Because even myself, I went through a mental breakdown because like last week Saturday, I lost a cousin, and then next week Saturday, basically I had 6 months plan doing a Christmas treat, and with the team, and thank God for my team. I cried through the whole event, but the event went on. And then that kind of also showed me also that sometimes you have to take a break. Sometimes you have to take a break as a community leaders. Secondly, one of the things that also as a youth leader, one of the things I've identified, my first time on a panel after doing 12 years of community service, but we are not called upon. So most time you go into a room, you see a youth from UA, UTech, some higher heights, and us as community youth, we're not called upon. We're not asked to come on the boards. We're not asked to enter the conversations. We're just being told what to do, when to do, where to be. But we're not asked to, what's your opinion? What's your thought? So that is one of the things we want to see more. We want to see more community youths in the engagement. We also want to see a campaign, because lately we have seen a decline in community youth clubs. We want to see a campaign in telling people what is the reason why you should get engaged. Because yes, I joined the youth club because I want to make a change. You have to show the other youths basically that you can make a change also. You have to give them that belief to say, yeah man, believe again. Because many times, as Damian said, that having a youth club is very difficult because we don't really follow anybody. We're not a police youth club. We're not a no alignment. So thank God for STC that helps out. Sometimes we go over ministry or youth if we look at help again, but it's not much. So most time we find it by ourselves, because even I had a community library we built in 2015, and then we was bored. So then churches started eating it out. So we had to close it for 2 years and then wait on a grant from Red Stripe to open back again. So that in itself would have caused us, 2 years of not engaging anybody because we couldn't have anybody in the facility to engage anybody because of the health hazard. So more opportunities needed for us as youth organization in having a home. Who is responsible for us? Who can, all right, make a link here with Archers, make a link here with Ministry of Industry to find these international bodies to bring to the community in investing in the youth clubs. Fourthly and lastly, we need to meet the youth where they are. Many times we call and we say, come to the community center, come to the police station, come to here, so come to here. So, but why can't you come to us? Because many nights, even sometimes when I leave for work, I have to go on the corner. And I sit on the corner, I'm just stay there, and many you to come out and you hear them engage in topic. You talk about work, you talk about school, you talk about life. Last I had a conversation with some youths, and we were talking about the system. And they were saying that the system against them, because every day them get up and them go work and nothing not go on. So I said to them, sometimes we are the problem. Because sometimes we look at the system, the system are fighting, but we now partner together to go back at the system. Because if we say, all right, 5 of us here, so, and I say, let's start a business. And then we say, which business? And I ask them, which business is a growing business I know? And they say, construction. And I say, all right, now, we're going to take 1 year, and everybody will go to school for the 1 year. So one will do carpentry, one will do welding, one will do plumbing, one will do electrical, one will do accounts. And that's a business. And them jump up, yes, a big money we can make. I'm saying, see then, we have to fight back the system because we have to do it together. So that are the things that we have to more engagement on the corner to show the youth that there are opportunities there. So thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, another warm round of applause for your panel today. From gated to gatekeepers, barriers to community development. It was a good conversation. Wonderful. I'm going to ask our panelists to join us here. Our Executive Director, Mr. Omar Frith, will be distributing some tokens to them. Give them another round of applause. What a great discussion. Just after that, before you go to lunch, we're going to have a performance. A quick performance, but a meaningful performance. So first, let me say thank you to the Deputy Board Chairman, Mr. Fabian Brown. Give him a round of applause. That look like Woolman's saying at the champs time. Weird, do something about that, you know. Weird. When he had no hair. Mr. Robert Hill, JP CEO, the KSAMC. Round of applause. Thank you. Professor Carol Archer, University of Technology, Urban Planning and Community Development expert. Thank you. Dr. Herbert Gayle, UWI Mona social anthropologist. Thank you. Mr. Damian Hylton, CVSS Project Manager. And neighbor.
Roy, you hearing me without the microphone? All right, so...
For the persons online.
Thank you, Mr. Hylton, for your participation. He doesn't want me to say if I knew him before here or not, but I knew him when he was a local economic development coordinator at the SDC. He later on matriculated into becoming an assistant parish manager. Step forward a bit. So we want to commend him and thank him for his participation here, his own growth, and the role he now plays elsewhere. But what is important is that people who are genuine in leadership are not just wearing titles. Many people have said it earlier. This is a lifelong mission. And so he is somebody that embodies that. And we look forward to his continued participation, support, and growth. Thank you, sir. That's it? Oh, he's where is he?
SSP Damian Manderson.
SSP, I want to thank you for your presence here. Many years ago, there was a buzz concept, community policing. And even recently, my deputy executive director and other members have been speaking about the important role of the police in going beyond law enforcement, but involving community engagement and helping to bring that face of change, of service, of leadership. And so in your own embodiment of that reality, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for coming here and sharing your own expertise, sir. We look forward to your continued participation, not just in the event, as you rightly say. An event cannot make the lasting change it needs, it has to be continuous. But an event that is an important ingredient. And so today, your own input has contributed to that long-lasting partnership that is needed. Thank you for your service and participation today. We look forward to more like this. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And last but not least, the former KSA Parish Youth Council President.
Example. And even though you did say earlier that the youth want to be engaged, example. And even though you did say earlier that the youth want to be engaged, and if you're engaged, you'll respond, I must say you have contradicted that in your example of life. You're not waiting to be engaged. You are stepping forward. So be that example, and we now depend on you to engage others and show them the way. Thank you for your participation. Continue to grow and be a good example.
Thank you so much. Executive Director of the Social Development Commission, Mr. Omar Frith.
All of you who have not received anything, no feel no way, all right? We want to say thank you. We really appreciate the continued volunteerism, the continued service, and we look forward to partnering with you beyond today, all right?
Thank you, sir. So next we have a performance. I'm inviting Sir Pressa, and I believe it's Sabri. A Steppa, I say. A Pressa, I used to work at Cable and Wireless, sorry. I'll mix it up. No, I totally, I apologize. I see Sabrina Henry here, Javon Stevenson, Audley Searchwell, coming to do a performance.
Greetings, everyone. Yeah, I'm just right before lunch, so we give thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you today representing the unrepresented. The youth who are highly likely not to be presented. The youth who are usually neglected and rejected, dejected and dissected. I represent the youth on the corner. I represent the youth in the juvenile center. I represent the youth whose ambition is guns and ammunition, gunshot mission. I represent the youth who no longer believe in the Don, the church, or the politician. I believe in no one, not even myself. What me say? When me speak, me know why you like me. When me speak, don't try to fight me. When me speak, you not fi highlight me. You not fi write me. Close your eyes. You don't even have to sight me. Germs, how what you try to do? Spite me? I not really that me come for say still, you know. I was just asked. My name is Steppa, if you don't know why and I. These days, I don't really even want to be seen, heard, or known. You know? Yeah, to be honest with you. It's not even important if you even know my name. See? I was asked to summarize poetically. Building communities, building Jamaica. Come in a unity from the suburban, the rural, and the urban. You heard, man? Come in unity. Oh, what a glorious civil society. Break down barriers, positive social development carriers. Fly the gate, but do not let in the pirate, unless a pirate's weak over Port Royal. We need no support, no longer gated. This moment has been long awaited. Still feeling safe and invigorated, reignited, no violence incited. No futures getting blighted. Building communities, building Jamaica. Come in a unity from the suburban, the rural, and the urban. You heard, woman? Social Development Commission positively building our nation. Through partnerships, one cocoa full basket, enough hands make the work lighter. Visionary sight, through partnerships, the present into future seems brighter. Building communities, building Jamaica. Come in a unity from the suburban, the rural, and the urban. You heard, man? We're tired of the segregation. We're tired of the segregation. Community dislocation, murders, and lane by lane separation. We're tired. We're tired of the intimidation, mind provocation, mental and societal retardation. Many lost, never to be found, of minds unsound. Not a big sound. Well, Stone Love, building communities, building Jamaica. Come in a unity from the suburban, the rural, and the urban. You heard, man? Come make we mainstream and streamline. Come make we rise up and stop waste time. Carnival in the streets, woman moving them waistline. Oh, so fine. Rise up, straighten up your mind. Don't go in that direction. We need an erection. Yes, the act of building up. Keep your mind focused. So much to do, don't get distracted. Come make we reset the mindset. Everything I go opposite. Building communities, building Jamaica. Come in a unity from the suburban, the rural, and the urban. You heard man, you heard woman. Knock, knock. Who that a knock on the gate? Who that a knock on the Rastafari gate? Free up Mr. and Mrs. Gatekeeper. No longer will you become. I want to laugh so. Yes, I. Free up Mr. and Mrs. Gatekeeper. No longer will you discombobulate over our over 700 and odd communities' future. Life is real, far beyond social media. Be your own influencer, cause none of them are going to cause you to catch the influenza. Make you sick and cough with virus. Now you're gone viral. Life start dwindling in a downward spiral. Building communities, building Jamaica. Come in a unity from the suburban and the urban and the rural. Right, so in a Kingston, you heard, man. We have to remain vocal and build our local. Identify the areas of priority and focal. Civil society on a mission. Breaking barriers, achieving greatness. North, south, east, and west. Our communities are simply the best. We don't need to transgress. From gated to gatekeepers, barriers broken, partnerships spoken, no acts of token. Whether inner or outer city, shoulders put to the wheel, grinding the nitty-gritty. Fire burn blazing hot like just sun, reigniting the fire. Oh, what a glorious day. Building communities, building Jamaica. Changing pathways, connecting one shared identity. Through connection and dialogue. Through communication and dialogue. Assign, analyze, empower, and impact. As a matter of fact, come we could just build with communities and build Jamaica. That was before lunch. Blessed love. Have a great lunch.
Thank you so much. And with that, I say we break for lunch. So we break now for lunch. We return at 2:30. 2:30 sharp. Please, through the door here. So lunch is through the door here. Please make your way. And we will also have a live performance during lunch. So you'll be serenaded. And then we'll come back without the ethnic fatigue for the penultimate section of today. Have a good lunch, everybody. Thank you.
Hi there. Join me as we discuss our theme for our conference, From Gated to Gatekeepers, where we discuss barriers to community development. Join us across Kingston and St. Andrew as we go into your communities to hear from you about the barriers to your community's development. One over there. Look.
My name is Juliana Prince, and I'm from the Eastwood Gardens Youth for Progress Youth Club. And our youth club is located in Kesha Park, and we serve the Kesha Park and the Eastwood Park community. Okay, when I hear community, I think about children, really. I think about persons living in and within a space, but most of all, I think about children and families. Okay, so we have our president, Keino Brown, who is very active, and he's a wonderful community leader. He will receive the Prime Minister Award, twice. Also, we have our councillor. She's a community leader, Councillor Beverly Prince. One thing, anytime our youth club having anything, we can always reach out to her. We also have Mr. Robert White. He is the founder and CEO of San Myrna Paper Products. And he is our community leader because we can always reach out to Mr. White if we're having an event or hosting anything, or persons who just need help financially or to build their house or whatever. Mr. White is always assisting persons in our community. Also, we have just some business persons, especially for Bert's Auto Parts. We have Miss Tracy Ann Tomlinson. She's also our community leader because she always assists us as well with events and functions that we're hosting. What comes to my mind apart from SDC, just a body that youth club can get advice from, I guess. Sometimes, we SDC assists us to host events, but I just always just think about a body, a body that governs us per se. Sometimes we have a little fiction, sometimes we have some just community fictions, not necessarily war, you would say, but just fiction. Sometimes, persons not readily wanting to participate because it's in a certain area and they don't really want to be in that area, especially at night.
Hi, my name is Marshall Burrell. I live in the community of Seaview Gardens, and I'm also the president of the Seaview Gardens Community Development Committee. Community to me means togetherness. Also, the word community has the word unity in it, and that means we have a collaborative effort in developing our community. The community leaders are the persons that are within the space that make certain decisions as it relates to the development of our community. Examples of these leaders are the MP and the councillor, who are also ex officio members of the CDC, myself as the president, and other members of our community. These stakeholders do advocate for the community. For example, we have a problem with garbage disposal. We have started a project where we can recycle, because we have recycling, different companies representing from RPJ that does projects for recycling, does projects for garbage disposal. We also have like a lot of sports CBOs, like football, netball. We have like youth mentorship program. We have a girls group. We have other CBOs. We also have football teams. We have a marching band. And these are also initiatives that were inspired by other members of the community that wants to see development in our space. SDC is the acronym for Social Development Commission. When I hear the word Social Development Commission, I think about the development of communities on a whole, because they are playing a vital role in majority of the communities that I know of, and they are supportive. Anything that we have planned, we can reach out to SDC and say, we want this to happen in our space, we want that to happen in our space, and they, of course, they oblige us, they assist us. For example, currently we're hosting a youth empowerment fair for the Seaview Gardens community. It's a joint initiative with the Seaview Gardens CDC and SDC. We have agencies here representing, trying to assist the community. For example, RGD, Heart Trust, NSTA, JDF is here, JCF is here, Hawkeye is here, hiring on the spot. So for those who want to go back to school, Heart has a lot of programs, a lot of mentorship, internship programs. So we're trying to get everybody to come out and see if they can be gainfully employed, they can develop their employability skills. And also, because we have agencies here that are doing on-the-spot employment, these persons can come out and get a job. I am a part of a community group. My group is the Seaview Gardens CDC. I chose this group because I see where my community can go, and this is my way of volunteering my service to the group, trying to assist my community in growth, in development, in
strength, in resilience. We have many CBOs in our community, and CDC is like an umbrella. So we have other CBOs, we have football teams, various football teams, we have the CVO Guns, FC, we have girls group, Phoenix Girls Group, operated by Miss Jani. We also have a mentorship program.
Now, I want to welcome the SDC to the Hermitage Estate. It is one of the, if not the newest community in St. Andrew, the KSA locality, in terms of that which is managed by the KSAMC, and also the newest community in St. Andrew. And I want to say thanks for this opportunity to represent, to have the SDC in the community. There is no single definition for community leadership, but one of the things we know within the Hermitage space is that we have different individuals, different persons who take on different challenges. Like, for example, in the sports department, you have Mr. Tolunge, who is the coach for the Hermitage football side as it relates to community cleanup and the management of the community. You have Miss Boris Shelley, and where those leadership are concerned, they find that it is task-oriented and we don't really have spillover effects where persons, yes, we assign community leadership, there is community leadership, but in terms of the definition, we're looking at somebody who spearhead the changes in a particular thematic area. You have sports, you have community governance, and I think where the community governance is concerned, I may be the one who take on that, where the SDC and the formalization of the governance is concerned. Also, in regards to the welfare programs, you also have Miss Bennett, who formulate she's the one who is primarily responsible for the senior citizens. And then where communication and advocacy, the capturing of the events that is happening, we have our communication expert, Mr. Sean Grant. And at the helm of the Citizen Association and the organizing body, we have maybe 3 or 4 JP that would form part of the whole mediation process and in the community. And those are, you have Mr. Clark, you have Little Miss, my apologies for not remembering the names, all right? And you have one up by Warner Corner, but these are the persons who would mediate any discussion where there are any conflict, different views. The leadership, the political leadership tend to advocate for help for the community, the citizenry, in terms of welfare improvement, help for the citizenry. And again, and this is where Hermitage might be somewhat different, because when we have, like for example, a fundraising event, last year we had the Hermitage reunion, and the labor rights and the comrades went to their respective political party and seek funding for the event. So any event that we have in Hermitage, just the central focus is the community. Not only that, in terms of the funding, we are not afraid to pool the funding from both ends, all right? So therefore, where Hermitage is concerned, the primary goal is the citizenry. The primary goal is the community in terms of community development. Well, the barriers where Hermitage is concerned, as far as the main barrier would be access to financing.
My name is Anil Morrison. I'm a proud member of the Casa of Peace community. I also, as a subsidiary of the community, I am the founder of the Casa of Peace Youth Empowerment Center, where we offer free mathematics classes and language classes. We see the social study, but still trying to get a social study teacher at this moment. Yes. Community is supposed to a group of people that are connected by some characteristics, our shared interests and our values are something that our group that provides mutual support for each other. That's to me what a community is. Community leader, I'm not being biased. I think if they have the characteristics like me, then they are a good community leader. And as someone who extend themselves not only to my community, but surrounding communities and any other community, as long as you're part of the Jamaican diaspora. Community leaders should, always put the need. It sounds awkward, but in order for you to be a community leader, you have to put the needs of others in front of yourselves. What I mean by that is that, you have to extend yourself beyond limits to ensure that, common goals, interests, values, a sense of togetherness or unity is kept within that space. So it's not just going and sending money or keeping a tournament or something like that. It's more of developing or organizing or fostering positive behaviors and creating role models so that the other persons within the community can identify themselves within that space. Who I consider community leaders, I did answer that already. So myself, and of course Hector, Lando that works at the banks is also a good personnel. Dwayne Smith, Rick, my brother too, So yes, I consider them community leaders because these are people that I can. If there's any little thing I can go to them quick, and we'll try to take the necessary action that is needed to ensure that the community interests, our needs are being addressed. So when I hear about SDC, honest, this is what it should be for me. It should have been SDC is a group or person that assigned to your community. I know that they're a body, but they normally assign persons to your community to liaison with. That helps with planning, help to keep the community lively, help to keep community interest to grow. So, in essence, provide support where necessary for each and every community.
Milton Thomas, President of the Mountain View Community Development Council. What does community mean to me? Community, to me, is family, is your extended family. Because from your household to the community, right? So it is an extended family. However, it can be seen differently depending on the size of the community. Because like a Mountain View with 5 districts, right? You find each district is as big or bigger than the next district. And I can tell you, every single district in Mountain View is bigger than a Fletcher's Land community and many other communities. But at the end of the day, it is seen as family, your extended family. Who I consider to be community leaders in Mountain View. You have persons who are leaders in their own right because a church leader, pastor of a church, basic school teacher, principal, those people, once they are within the space, the geographic space of the community. They can be seen as leaders in different areas. However, if you're talking about the general sense of you're a leader, right? You have people who represent political interests. Those are area leaders. Now you have community leaders who deal with the social aspect of the community. So you can't just say who is a leader, who is the community leader. You understand? However, these things get twisted because people consider persons who they call quote-unquote dons to be community leaders, which they are not. They're leaders for their pack, right? There should be a governance system within a community that differentiate all sector of leadership to drive that community to success. You do have persons who, and again, it depends on the leadership, because you have people who advocate for them pockets, people who advocate for their interest group, right? And you have persons who are supposed to be, who are the legit community leaders who represent the broader stakeholders of the community. They would advocate for the entire community because within their leadership lies all other stakeholders within the community. Barriers that would prevent community development. There's a number of things, however, we are in changing times. Youngsters don't believe in volunteerism. Again, there's a culture of, the scamming culture. Now as I arrive in the spaces, and people feel as if everything that you do, you're supposed to benefit from it financially. Economics is one of the hindrance. So you can look on a Labor Day, for example. People used to be very proud, just running out on a Labor Day, grabbing a broom and shovel a paintbrush, whatever, and clean up the community, clean up them space and feel good about it. Straighten up 2 little old people fence or any little fence within the community and feel good about it. That is not happening anymore. People are waiting to be paid. You understand me? So some of these things are that various actors and players come into the space and create a sort of culture that the people now becomes used to. And that is something that we have to really train up our youth to understand. The whole civic pride. You understand me? The whole civic pride. So the hindrance is education, economics, and understanding of roles. So Mountain View is not a community where actors or stakeholders or even politicians or contractors, whoever, will have that fear to enter. Like I said to you, many different districts, and there are subcultures in Mountain View as well. No, Mountain View is open, people are receptive, and they will participate in whatever process there is to better their space. However, again, the burden is going to be on the providers because of the whole economic situation. Everyone is going to try and see how they can eat.
Community for me is family. Community is the neighbor. Community is people, your neighbors. It is definitely family because you're in the community. Is your neighbor, is your sister that across the street or your uncle or whatever. To me, community is family. Extended family, of course, but it is family. Community leader for me is persons who take the lead, as the word says, leader. The pastor, the teacher, the police We all are leaders in our own right because this is our space and we need to manage it. So in managing that teacher who looks out for neighbor, the doctor around the road, we are all leaders in our own right. Yes, they do. The person, the pastor, they advocate. Our doctor, nearby doctor, she's always advocating for the burning in the community and all of that. Yes, they're in their own way, in their own space, they do advocate for the community. SDC for me is that big sister, big brother, always there to guide you, always there to, you're doing a community event, they're always there to say, go there or go there. They are, call it the government arm, working with the community. But I see them as very, 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 very important in community development. Havendale Meadowbrook is a managed community. We look out for each other. Strangers entering, a neighbor will call you and say, I see a man in a black shirt going down the road. We look out for each other here. So it is not so easy to get into Havendale Meadowbrook and not be noticed. We question strangers. We have no fear of, we see a strange person, good day, how are you? You all right? You fine, you okay, where you going? We question strangers. Barriers, no, we don't really have any barriers as it relates to development because just driving through Avondale, you driving through Meadowbrook, you will see, spaces utilized, single dwelling, no multiple dwelling. So there is no real barrier that I can think of.
Yeah, man, Strike Ali from the Bonnie Lee Museum, the Duane Park community. Community means everything. Short man, yes, love. Right. Yeah, man. Community means everything, man. Unity is strength, a strength in numbers. So, well, as you know, we have Godfrey Williams, we have Michelle Dixon, we have quite a few. I would have considered myself one as well, but they have enough, and them are upstanding citizens, right? Yeah, not just that, we cater for the up and coming, the younger youths, them, which is most important. So the community can only get better through them because some of them done gone bad already, not the youths, them, the bigger one them. So we have to just deal with the grassroots and see how best we can work with them to uplift the community. Need some help and again work with the younger youths, them. Some people are willing to contribute them time and grow them the right way, teach them the right thing. Yes. CDC.
I'm working at Kingston, I'm part of the team.
Because man like Godfrey Williams and Michelle Dixon.
I am Cornel Dalbury, the president of the Jewsland CDC.
within this community of Olympic Gardens, section of Jewsland, Balcombe, and Penwood. Community means to me an environment that is based on its family and friends living in developed community where we have amenities, safety, etc., etc. The community leaders within this community are the Member of Parliament, Dr. Andrew Holness, the Councillor Patrick Leroy Roberts. We have our stakeholders like Tankwell, Dairy Industries, and we have the CDC, the Jews and CDC. The councillor plays a role, the church played a role, the CD has been playing their role and have been doing whatever they can. Tankwell has done a lot for us also. I choose to be a part of the CDC and other community groups because I've been born and raised in this community. I'm passionate about this community. One day I like to see a social change, a complete change within this community. I like to see infrastructures for young people to grow up, like playing areas, parks for recreational activities. I like to see education has been invested in this community. I like to see how we can work together and to reduce crime or to get rid of crime altogether and to make this a safer place for us all to live. I like to see more investment from other stakeholders within this community. So I join it now to see if I can bridge a gap between all the stakeholders and the government and the people to see if we have a better community. All right, so within this place, you know, you have like round robin groups, church groups, and you don't have much other groups. They usually have like football teams, etc. But that is no longer evident in the community.
Hi, I am Godfrey Williams. We are here in Duena Park, and I'm also the president of the Duena Park CDC. Yes, when I think about people and community, I think about the people who are within the community, their mental and physical, and also the physical space, the community itself, in terms of the development of the community and how the asset of the community, which is the people, sits within that space. When I think about community leaders, we look at what is prescribed as the academic community leaders. We talk about as the president of the CDC, but additionally and besides that, you have persons who are concerned and involved within the community space. For example, the JPs, there's the football captains, the football presidents, and people who just involve themselves within the space. Not entirely. It's just the fact that all the needs of the community sometimes are not met by some of the CBOs. So you have leaders within the space. For example, I mentioned the captains of the football. There's advantageous youth who need guidance and utilization of sport is to get them in a straight path. So I see a lot of the leaders within that space doing work. When it comes to other leaders like myself, you have Project Uzal, as outlined by the SDC, that we structure to have the development pushed in a certain area. SDC in my mind is a vibrant agency, a necessary agency. I like the fact that it's letting to us the approach of inclusiveness, not a ready-made kind of approach to what is happening in the communities. I applaud that. I think what is happening though is that it takes cash to kill. And a lot of times that we as leaders, without that whole existence of cash, we can't execute a lot of the projects. And I think the budget that SDC has should be increased. And a fraction that should be also increased, the grants that are given to the CDCs. So that's basically the problem I have with SDC. But SDC is doing wonderful work. The approach is good. And I just say keep on doing what you're doing. Just increase that, the money aspect of it. Increase it, let it trickle down to the communities. When it comes to a community like Damian, we are privileged that we have some people in leadership that has a certain level of education, or wherewithal, I should say. But the barriers, we have a lot of barriers. The fact that you're volunteering, right? I say this all the time. Volunteerism is dying. You cannot ask a person to come out of their house to lead the charge, and they don't have a source of income. I think there should be stipend attached or discount to certain things. I'm saying to SDC, attach yourself also to food for the poor. What that does is that when a person goes out and volunteer, they can take home even a bag with some food, right? And it's not the feeling that you get at the end of the day is not futile, right? The other thing is, the problem I'm seeing is that people, we are going through a phase in the community that the emotional attachment, the rentals situation, right? So the people who are renting are not emotionally attached to the asset. The house, the community, they are just passing through. They are just surviving. So we have a problem getting them to be involved in the activities, in the function of the CBOs, are the entities that we have that strive for community improvement.
Hi there. Join me as we discuss our theme for our conference, From Gated to Gatekeepers, where we discuss barriers to community development. Join us across Kingston and St. Andrew as we go into your communities to hear from you about the barriers to your community's development. One over there. Look. Hi there. Join me as we discuss our theme for our conference, From Gated to Gatekeepers, where we discuss barriers to community development. Join us across Kingston and St. Andrew as we go into your communities to hear from you about the barriers to your community's development. One over there. Look.
My name is Juliana Prince, and I'm from the Eastwood Gardens Youth for Progress Youth Club. And our youth club is located in Cassia Park, and we serve the Cassia Park and the Eastwood Park community. Okay, when I hear community, I think about children, really. I think about persons living in and within a space, but most of all, I think about children and families. Okay, so we have our president, Keino Brown, who is very active and he's a wonderful community leader. He even received the Prime Minister Award, twice. Also, we have our councillor. She's a community leader, Councillor Beverly Prince. One thing, anytime our youth club having anything, we can always reach out to her. We also have Mr. Robert White. He is the founder and CEO of San Marino Paper Products. And he is our community leader because we can always reach out to Mr. White if we're having an event or hosting anything, or persons who just need help financially or to build their house or whatever. Mr. White is always assisting persons in our community. Also, we have just some business persons, especially at Bert's Auto Parts. We have Miss Tracy Ann Tomlinson. She's also our community leader because she always assists us as well with events and functions that we're hosting. What comes to my mind apart from SDC, just a body that youth club can get advice from, I guess. Sometimes, SDC assists us to host events, but I just always just think about a body, a body that governs us, per se. Sometimes we have a little fiction, sometimes we have some just community fictions, not necessarily war, you would say, but just fiction. Sometimes, persons not readily wanting to participate because it's in a certain area and they don't really want to be in that area, especially at night.
Hi, my name is Marshani Burrell. I live in the community of Seaview Gardens, and I'm also the president of the Seaview Gardens Community Development Committee. Community to me means togetherness. Also, the word community has the word unity in it. And that means we have a collaborative effort in developing our community. The community leaders are the persons that are within the space that make certain decisions as it relates to the development of our community. Examples of these leaders are the MP and the councillor, who are also ex officio members of the CDC, myself as the president, and other members of our community. These stakeholders do advocate for the community. For example, we have a problem with garbage disposal. We have started a project where we can recycle, because we have recycling, different companies representing from RPJ that does projects for recycling, does projects for garbage disposal. We also have like a lot of sports CBOs, like football, netball. We have like youth mentorship program. We have a girls group. We have other CBOs. We also have football teams. We have a marching band. And these are also initiatives that were inspired by other members of the community that wants to see development in our space. SDC is the acronym for Social Development Commission. When I hear the word Social Development Commission, I think about the development of communities on a whole, because they are playing a vital role in majority of the communities that I know of, and they are supportive. Anything that we have planned, we can reach out to SDC and say, We want this to happen in our space. We want that to happen in our space. And they, of course, they oblige us, they assist us. For example, currently we're hosting a youth empowerment fair for the Civil Gardens community. It's a joint initiative with the Civil Gardens CDC and SDC. We have agencies here representing, trying to assist the community. For example, RGD, Heart Trust, NSTA, JDF is here, JCF is here, Hawkeye is here, hiring on the spot. So for those who want to go back to school, Heart has a lot of programs, a lot of mentorship, internship programs. So we're trying to get everybody to come out and see if they can be gainfully employed, they can develop their employability skills. And also, because we have agencies here that are doing on-the-spot employment, these persons can come out and get a job. I am a part of a community group. My group is the Civil Gardens CDC. I chose this group because I see where my community can go, and this is my way of volunteering my service to the group, trying to assist my community in growth, in development, in strength, in resilience. We have many CBOs in our community, and CDC is like an umbrella. So we have other CBOs, we have football teams, various football teams, we have the Civil Gardens FC, we have girls group, Phoenix Girls Group, operated by Miss Janique. We also have a mentorship program.
Now, I want to welcome the SDC to the Hermitage Estate. It is one of the, if not the newest community in St. Andrew, the KSA locality, in terms of that which is managed by the KSAMC, and also the newest community in St. Andrew. And I want to say thanks for this opportunity to represent, to have the SDC in the community. There is no single definition for community leadership, but one of the things we know within the Hermitage space is that we have different individuals, different persons who take on different challenges. Like, for example, in the sports department, you have Mr. Tolunge, who is the coach for the Hermitage football side as it relates to community cleanup and the management of the community. You have Miss Boris Shelley, and where those leadership are concerned, they find that it is task oriented and we don't really have spillover effects where persons, yes, we assign community leadership, there is community leadership, but in terms of the definition, we're looking at somebody who spearhead the changes in a particular thematic area. You have sports, you have community governance, and I think where the community governance is concerned, I may be the one who take on that, where the SDC and the formalization of the governance is concerned. Also, in regards to the welfare programs, you also have Miss Bennett, who formulate she's the one who is primarily responsible for the senior citizens. And then where communication and advocacy, the capturing of the events that is happening, we have our communication expert, Mr. Sean Grant. And at the helm of the Citizen Association and the organizing body, we have maybe 3 or 4 JP that would form part of the whole mediation process and in the community. And those are, you have Mr. Clark, you have Little Miss, my apologies for not remembering the names, all right? And you have one up by Warner Corner, but these are the persons who would mediate any discussion where there are any conflict, different views. The leadership, the political leadership tend to advocate for help for the community, the citizenry, in terms of welfare improvement, help for the citizenry. And again, and this is where Hermitage might be somewhat different, because when we have, like for example, a fundraising event, last year we had the Hermitage reunion, and the labor rights and the comrades went to their respective political party and seek funding for the event. So any event that we have in Hermitage, the central focus is the community. Not only that, in terms of the funding, we are not afraid to pool the funding from both ends, all right? So therefore, where Hermitage is concerned, the primary goal is the citizenry. The primary goal is the community in terms of community development. Well, the barriers where Hermitage is concerned, as far as the main barrier would be access to financing.
My name is Anil Morrison. I'm a proud member of the Casa Peace community. I also, as a subsidiary of the community, I am the founder of the Casa Peace Youth Empowerment Center, where we offer free mathematics classes and language classes. We see the social study, but still trying to get a social study teacher at this moment. Yes. Community is supposed to a group of people that are connected by some characteristics. Our shared interests and our values are something that our group that provides mutual support for each other. That's to me what a community is. Community leader, I'm not being biased. I think if they have the characteristics like me, then they are a good community leader. And as someone who extends themselves not only to my community, but surrounding communities and any other community, as long as you're part of the Jamaican diaspora. Community leaders should, always put in need. It sounds awkward, but in order for you to be a community leader, you have to put in needs of others in front of yourselves. What I mean by that is that, you have to extend yourself beyond limits to ensure that, common goals, interests, and values, a sense of togetherness or unity is kept within that space. So it's not just going and sending money or keeping off a tournament or something like that. It's more of developing or organizing or fostering positive behaviors and creating role models so that the other persons within the community can identify themselves within that space. Why consider community leaders? I did answer that already. So myself, and of course Hector, Lando that works at the banks is also a good personnel. Wayne Smith, Rick, my brother too. So yes, I consider them community leaders because these are people that I can. If there's any little thing I can go to them quick, and we'll try to take the necessary action that is needed to ensure that the community interests, our needs are being addressed. So when I hear about SDC, honest, this is what it should be for me. It should have been SDC is a group or person that assigned to your community. I know that they're a body, but they normally assign persons to your community to liaison with. That helps with planning, help to keep the community lively, help to keep community interest to grow. to, in essence, provide support where necessary for each and every community.
Milton Thomas, President of the Mountain View Community Development Council. What does community mean to me? Community, to me, is family, is your extended family, because from your household to the community, right? So it is an extended family. However, it can be seen differently depending on the size of the community. Because like a Mountain View with 5 districts, right? You find each district is as bigger than the next district. And I can tell you, every single district in Mountain View is bigger than a Fletcher's Land community and many other communities. But at the end of the day, it is seen as family, your extended family. Who I consider to be community leaders in Mountain View. You have persons who are leaders in their own right, because a church leader, pastor of a church, basic school teacher, principal, those people, once they are within the space, the geographic space of the community, they can be seen as leaders in different areas. However, if you're talking about the general sense of you're a leader, right? You have people who represent political interests. Those are area leaders. Now you have community leaders who deal with the social aspect of the community. So you can't just say who is a leader, who is the community leader. You understand? However, these things get twisted because people consider persons who they call quote-unquote dons to be community leaders, which they are not. They're leaders for their pack, right? There should be a governance system within a community that differentiate all sector of leadership to drive that community to success. You do have persons who, and again, it depends on the leadership, because you have people who advocate for them pockets, people who advocate for their interest group, right? And you have persons who are supposed to be, who are the legit community leaders who represent the broader stakeholders of the community. They would advocate for the entire community, because within their leadership lies all other stakeholders within the community. Barriers that would prevent community development. There's a number of things. However, we are in changing times. Youngsters don't believe in volunteerism. Again, there's a culture of, the scamming culture. Now as I arrive in the spaces, and people feel as if everything that you do, you're supposed to benefit from it financially. Economics is one of the hindrance. So you can look on a Labor Day, for example. People used to be very proud, just running out on a Labor Day, grabbing a broom and shovel a paintbrush, whatever, and clean up the community, clean up them space and feel good about it. Straighten up 2 little old people fence or any little fence within the community and feel good about it. That is not happening anymore. People are waiting to be paid. You understand me? So some of these things are that various actors and players come into the space and create a sort of culture that the people now becomes used to. And that is something that we have to really train up our youth to understand. The whole civic pride. You understand me? The whole civic pride. So the hindrance is education, economics, and understanding of roles. So Mountain View is not a community where actors or stakeholders or even politicians or contractors, whoever, will have that fear to enter. Like I said to you, many different districts. And there are subcultures in Mountain View. as well. No, Mountain View is open. People are receptive, and they will participate in whatever process there is to better their space. However, again, the burden is going to be on
Audio check one,
the
two.
providers
Audio check one,
because
two.
of the whole economic situation. Everyone is going to try and see how they can eat.
Afternoon, everyone. Well, I'm going to tell you about that ethnic fatigue, something after people eat food in the afternoon. You know. Good afternoon, beloved. I love you too. How was lunch? Lunch was lovely. A good friend of mine said lunch was lovely, but it was not a lovely portion. But we give thanks for the food, right? And so at this time, I want to say we want to thank our partners, the Planning Institute of Jamaica, PIOJ. They got the wonderful caterers and this wonderful venue that you've been housed in today. It's been a good conference so far? All right, and an important part of what we do is recognizing persons for the hard work that they've done and saying thank you. I am looking for a few of my colleagues from the Kingston and St. Andrew Parish office. I'm going to ask you, I did say 2:30, it's now 2:35. Can I ask for your indulgence? 2:40? 5 more minutes? All right, so we start at 2:40 promptly. Thank you so much. Back to the videos or the music. Thank you so much.
Yeah, man, strike a leaf from the Bunny Lee Museum, the Donny Park community. Community means everything. Short man, yes, love. Right. Yeah, man. Community means everything, man. Unity is strength, a strength in numbers. So, you know. Well, as you know, we have Godfrey Williams, we have Michelle Dixon, we have quite a few. I would consider myself one as well, but they have enough. And them are upstanding citizens, right? Yeah, not just that. We cater for the up and coming, the younger youths, them, which is most important. So the community can only get better through them because some of them done gone bad already, not the youths, them, the bigger one them. So we have to just deal with the grassroots and see how best we can work with them to uplift the community. Need some help and again work with the younger youths. Some people are willing to contribute them time and grow them the right way, teach them the right thing. Yes. CDC.
I'm working Tuesday, I'm right at the
Because man like Godfrey Williams and Michelle Dixon.
I am Cornel Dalbury, the president of the Jewsland CDC. Within this community of Olympics, Gardens, section of Jewsland, Balcombe, and Penwood. Community means to me an environment that is based on its family and friends living in a developed community where we have amenities, safety, etc., etc. The community leaders within this community are the Member of Parliament, Dr. Andrew Holness, the Councillor Patrick Leroy Roberts. We have our stakeholders like Tankwell, Dairy Industries, and we have the CDC, the Jewsland CDC. The councillor plays a role, the church played a role, the CD has been playing their role and has been doing whatever they can. Tankwell has done a lot for us also. I choose to be a part of the CDC and other community groups because I've been born and raised in this community. I'm passionate about this community One day I like to see a social change, a complete change within this community. I like to see infrastructures for young people to grow up, like playing areas, parks for recreational activities. I like to see education has been invested in this community. I like to see how we can work together and to reduce crime or to get rid of crime altogether and to make this a safer place for us all to live. I like to see more investment from other stakeholders within this community. So I join it now to see if I can bridge a gap between all the stakeholders and the government and the people to see if we have a better community.
Check 1, 2.
All right, so within this space.
Thank you so much. All right, good afternoon again, colleagues. And we thank you so much for staying the course as we look now to have a conversation with you about, why are you laughing at me, Janet? About community development, a lifelong journey, not just a short-term project. But in this lifelong journey, we know that there are a number of persons who have dedicated their time, their money, their resources, their families to community development and their community being what it is today, better than it was yesterday. So at this moment, we're going to have a little bit of a Community Stalwarts Awards ceremony. You are all winners. However, we want to recognize a few of you for your outstanding contribution over the years and your partnership with the SDC, Kingston and St. Andrew Parish Office. So I have here to give out some of these Stalwart Awards, Miss Janet Lemonios, give her a round of applause. And Mrs. Shoshana Boyd, give her a round of applause. All right, so them put down the microphone because them don't want to talk. I couldn't hear, but on is going to talks today. All right. Where's DJ Andy? DJ Andy, I'm looking at mood music. I'm looking champion boy, alkaline. I'm sorry.
Hello? Yes. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good night.
I hope we were all well fed.
It tastes good.
But the food was lovely, yes?
Yes. No, it was the right proportions.
Okay.
No, remember the conversation we have today about the LL and the BB and the YY them, you know. Okay.
Okay, we didn't want you guys to fall asleep on us.
Thank you.
So we just gave you the magical amount, all right, to keep you awake afterwards. So right now, we want to highlight a few of our community members, those who've been around for quite a while, those who we can harass every now and then, because we harass them sometimes, don't it? Yes. Very loud.
Mercy.
But we are grateful that you tolerate us, and we are glad that you're here today. So right now we want to highlight a few community members who are here today at our conference, and we just want to say thank you. It's a small gesture, but it means a lot coming from us. It's a little thing, but we are grateful for you, and we want to be able to do bigger things soon after. So we start with the smaller things first, and we gradually can do bigger things, yes? Step it up after a while. Okay, the first community, going right into it. The first community we want to highlight today is Whitehall Gardens, CDC. Can a representative from the CDC please come forward?
She's royal.
Next on the list. Meadowbrook Havendale is next.
That's a good place, you know. Kingston 19.
Come down, sir. Thank you. Following Meadowbrook Havendale, we have Crossroads Development, Community Development Committee, Crossroads CDC, Crossroads coming up. Moving right along. Following Crossroads, we're looking at Central Downtown CDC. Following Central Downtown, we're looking at Hannahtown CDC. Quickly behind Hannahtown, we have Jonestown CDC. Of course. Quickly behind Jonestown, we have Mountain View CDC. Quickly following Mountain View CDC, we have Raytown CDC. Raytown.
Mr. McKulsky to the stage.
Quickly behind Raytown, we have Rollington Town CDC. After Rollington Town, we have Springfield Gardens, CDC. Right behind Springfield, we have Tivoli Gardens, CDC. Where is Tivoli Gardens CDC?
Right here, I can accept on their behalf.
Right behind Tivoli, we have Marvelly CDC. Anyone from Marvelly? Following Marvelly, we have New Haven CDC. And New Haven coming down the stretch, 20 furlongs. Following New Haven, we have Pembroke Hall, CDC. Anyone from Pembroke Hall? Following Pembroke Hall, we have Eastwood Gardens, Youth for Progress. No one from I see him. Halfway Tree CDC. Anyone from Halfway Tree? Moving right along, then Arlene Gardens CDC. Moving right along, Mullines Gardens CDC. Anyone from Mullines? He's shy. Cheer him on. Port Royal CDC? Anyone from Port Royal? Cheer him on, cheer him on, cheer him on. Content Gap, CDC. Cheer them on, please. Encourage them. Coming right up, Dallas Castle, CDC. Is Dallas Castle here? Irishtown, CDC. Any rep here from Irishtown? What about Mavis Bank, CDC? Cheer them on, man, the rural part of Kingston and St. Andrew, right? Further on in the hills, we have the Red Hills, the CDC. Mrs. Lewis? Still up in the hills, further on in the hills, Rock Hall, CDC. And we're still up in the hills, Golden Spring, CDC. And it looks like we'll be staying in the hills a little. Get some of that cool air. And then we have the Mannings Hill, CDC. Moving right along, still up in the hills, Mount James, CDC. And we're out of the hills now. We're back into the city. We're looking at Delacree Pen, CDC. Yes, we had to keep it a secret. Anyone from Delacree? Delacree is on her way. Still down on the flats, we're looking at Seaview Gardens, the CDC. Just a few more to go. Waltham Gardens, CDC. Anyone from Waltham? Mr. Nehemiah. And the final one for this segment, be a secret we keep, For this segment, Waterhouse Community Development Committee, CDC. Waterhouse is coming. Able co-worker Janet. Big up Janet for me, please. Okay. And we want to say big ups too to all of those communities who received certificates just now. There are some that I still have because the persons have already left. We also have some that the persons didn't turn up today. Big up just the same. Right now, we have some heavier type certificates to share with some equally able but some heavier CDCs doing heavier things in their spaces. And we want to big up them just the same, right? I want everybody to clap from now, right? We don't want anybody to feel left out. So if your name don't call today, it will be called another day. Don't worry about it. So these plaques are given out today to communities or community groups for recognition for their performance or their work or their activity in various aspects of their community work. And it has not gone unseen, unnoticed. We want to know that we see the work that you're putting in, and we want to say kudos to you for that. Okay, so should we call a name for a community group and the community representative is not here today, the community development officer for that space, please come and collect on behalf of the CDC, all right? So the first one we want to give this plaque to, is the Gordontown CDC. And it says on here for empowering through good governance and sustainable job creation. Is there a rep here from Gordontown? So since there is no rep, the officer is coming to collect on behalf of the group. Next group coming up, Augustown CDC for outstanding community development. Is there someone coming for Augustown? Yes? Next on the list is Up in the Hills, Lawrence Tavern, CDC, for continued contribution to longevity in community building. Come, Miss Lawrence Tavern. Right behind Lawrence Tavern, still in the hills, I think. Cane River, CDC, for contribution to sustainable local economic development. All right, this is Cane River, right? Next, Greenwich Town, CDC, for outstanding community development. Anyone from Greenwich Town? The officer will collect on behalf. Right behind Greenwich Town, we have the Cavaliers Community Development Committee for continued contribution and longevity in community development. Following Cavaliers, we have Olympic Gardens, CDC, for self-reliance and innovation. Right behind Olympic, we have Parade Gardens, CDC, for outstanding community development. Parade Gardens. And the officer will collect. And right behind Parade Gardens, we have Bowsher Park, CDC for outstanding volunteerism and community engagement. The officer will collect. Next up, Kencott, CDC. Kencott CDC for outstanding dedication and innovation solutions towards community development. Up next, Woodford CDC for outstanding contribution towards youth empowerment and advocacy. Moving right along. Brandon Hill, CDC, for continued contribution and longevity in community building. What I like most about this is that you guys didn't know it was going to happen. It's the sheer surprise on your faces that gets me, yes. Duhaney Park, CDC, for exceptional community leadership, creativity, and positive impact. Yes, Mr. Williams. Trenchtown, CDC, for building bridges and breaking barriers in community. Bull Bay CDC, for contribution to environmental sustainability. Bull Bay. Next, Denham Town CDC for outstanding community development. Someone from Denham Town? Right. Next in line. Maxfield Park CDC for exemplifying exceptional leadership skills within the community. Aye. And the officer once again. Woo! Next in line, up in the hills now, Constitution Hill CDC for ongoing commitment to advocacy, resilience, and strong community spirit. And the officers collecting. Next in line, Drewsland CDC for long-standing community spirit throughout any stumbling block. Okay, this one I'm sure the officer or an officer will collect. The final one. And finally, we have Constant Spring Police Youth Club for continued contribution and longevity in community building. Can someone please come and collect? Giselle is coming to collect. And that's it for the plaques. Thank you for your good engagement. Thank you for having me as your host for this cute little section. I'll hand over the mic as we continue our little award ceremony.
Thank you so much. So we're going to be continuing with the award ceremony, and we must recognize our partners. And as such, we would like to invite Miss Gwyneth Davidson from the Planning Institute of Jamaica to join us. And Mr. Mandel McKulsky will be doing this presentation. Miss Gwyneth?
Harold Davidson.
Can you join us, please? You know, the series of conference would not have been possible without the PIOJ. Some hardworking ladies behind the scene, but they're very shy. They don't like to be rewarded and recognized publicly. Charmaine Muirhead, please don't leave. We're all looking at you. You just walked through the door. Please return.
U-turn.
Thank you.
Where's DSP Manderson? Arrested.
We're sending the police for you, Miss Charmaine. Miss Gwyneth needs some company up here. Can you join us, please? So as Charmaine is coming, let me just share some background information. So we started the journey last year in St. James, and Charmaine would have been behind the scenes on the phone late at night, journeying across the island to ensure that the 5 conferences would have been successful. Thank you so much, Charmaine. So we have a very committed and dedicated PR department that started with us again in St. James. And I'm sure at times they were wondering, aren't we going to be recognized? But you know, sometimes you have to save the best for last. So this afternoon, we want to highlight and recognize the hardworking PR department of the Social Development Commission. And I'll ask Mr. Robert Minot to join us. Okay. Ms. Sherene will be making this presentation. It means a lot to her, and she'll be making this presentation. Bad DJ? Big bad DJ or bad? All right? I'm not sure how we're going to do this one, but the man behind the camera is up next. Mr. Dino Shirley, please come. Miss Aline, Parsha Aline, can you please call Miss Natasha for me, please? Miss Natasha McCullough is up next. Let's see if you can take his job. Right, Mr. Brown? All right, so joining us next is Mrs. Natasha McCullough Davis. Woo-hoo.
Tell her say emergency.
All right, until she gets here, we will be making a presentation to Mr. Mandel McKulsky. Our PR director, our very humble PR director, committed PR director.
Where are you going, Natasha?
Where are you going, Natasha?
We're
Turn back,
hiding.
you're too late. We gave it to Mandel. Okay. All right, so we have now Mrs. Natasha McCullough Davis. At this time, I'm going to ask Ms. Anita Davis, Governance Director. Mr. Jeremy requested you to make a special presentation to Mr. Jeremy Jones. This is a special request. Wow. This is the hardworking governance team behind the scenes pulling off the 5 conferences. So let us hear it from Mr. Jeremy Jones. Okay, so this is a big one for me too. And being out here doing the conferences, I would have been guided by no other than our Deputy Executive Director, Mr. Samuel Heron. So I'm going to ask him to join me as I make this presentation.
One bag of gold medal pan me now. Champion boy, you know the damn thing. One bag of gold medal pan me now. Champion boy, you know the damn.
Mic check 1, 2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate this. It's heavy. I like that. Quality gifts. Behind the scenes of these events, as you can imagine, a lot of persons are putting in a lot of sleepless nights, don't it? Doing a lot of work, right? So that even if the food not enough, it tastes good. So that the TV, it no flicker down. It nice. Want it in my house, want to watch the reggae boys play football upon it. I forgot to talk to the PIOJ and see if them can sponsor me for that. One of the lovely ladies that has been working tirelessly in the background over 5 events, Miss Stephanie Hylton, who just gifted me. I'd love to gift her. Please come up here, Miss Stephanie Hylton. All right, I can dance to this, though.
Never been someone shy until I seen your eyes. Still I had to try, yeah. Oh yes, let me get my words right and then approach you. When I'll treat you like a man is supposed to. You'll never have to cry.
Next.
No. I know everyone can.
Next, another hard-working person from the governance department. This is a governance conference after all. The beautiful Miss Anita. Come up here, Anita. Play our music, you know, after forward. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for Miss Anita Davis.
Until I see your eyes.
One time on stage, I was giving her an award. I said, Miss Anita Baker. And she did sing. I wonder if we can try it today.
When I'll treat you like a man is supposed to, you'll never have to cry. No, I know everyone can relate. to when they find a special someone. And she's royal, yeah, so royal. And I want her in my life. I never knew anyone so one of a kind. No, the way she moves to her own beat, she has the qualities of a queen. She's a queen.
Next, from the parish of Kingston and St. Andrew, Assistant Parish Manager, Mrs. Patrice Manor Kamika.
Natural beauty, you know. Yeah. No, I've never been someone shy until I seen your eyes. Still I had to try, yeah. Oh yes, let me get my words right and then approach you. Woman, I'll treat you like a man is supposed to. You'll never have to cry, no. I know everyone can relate.
All right, next we're gonna go Mrs. Sashina Boyd. And I'm gonna ask Mr. Brown to hand out this one, followed by Reverend Dr. Francina Price. Give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. Yes, man, you give things, you get things.
She's a queen. Ooh, ooh, what a natural beauty. No need no makeup to be a cutie. She's a queen. She's a queen. And when they ask what a good woman's made
Next, we have Miss Joseph Sales. Give her a round of applause.
And I need her in my life. I never knew anyone so one of a kind until the night that I seen your eyes.
Followed by Mrs. Pauline White.
So sweet. I can see it in her eyes.
Yes, come for your things.
Yes, I and I know the king and
Next, Assistant Parish Manager, Kingston and St. Andrew, Miss Parsha Allen.
trial times. And she says she no mind. Alright, I know good man is hard to find. Cause she can't about that giant line. That's why she has no ties at this time. Yeah. I know many men are trying, but she needs to be more than wine and dine because she's royal.
Parsha?
So royal.
She come in? As a track star, you know, one time Red House champion, one time, I mean, literally mean one time alone, Red House, one time single, one time, Red House, just one digga time.
She has the qualities of a queen.
And then next, Parish Manager of Kingston and St. Andrew, Mr. Wade Brown. Lastly, Mr. Brown will have the honor of handing to our Director of Governance, the lady behind the scenes, working the partnerships, working the phones, the emails, Miss Sherene Walker. Please give her a round of applause.
Every second passing by, I've been praying for the moment God turns my life around. I don't know when it will happen, but I feel something deep inside.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're so grateful and We're so thankful for the day that it has been. But we have to talk about the way forward. What happens now? Now that we've sat here, we've acknowledged the efforts, we have heard of the barriers, we have heard of some suggestions of ways that we can move forward. What is the way forward? To give you a brief guide on the way forward, in partnering with the SDC, please welcome Parish Manager of SDC KSA, Mr. Wade Brown.
Greetings again. Good afternoon. That is a testament that the lunch was also good. Yes, that's the strongest response I've gotten all day. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move forward to the next phase today, we want to speak briefly about what is the next step, what is the way forward, and more importantly, how do we move from discussion to action. For several years, Kingston and St. Andrew has been without an active PDC, and we know what PDC stands for, right? We have been without a parish development committee since 2016, and it is a key pillar of the participatory governance framework. As such, a structure designed to bring together stakeholders like yourself, community leaders, community voices, to guide the development of our parish at the community level and at the parish level as well. What is the PDC and why it matters? Just quickly. I know many of you know the PDC, but just to refresh you, it is the collective voice of the parish. It brings together community leaders, CDCs, DACs, government representatives, civil society, private sector partners, and key state agencies. It is the mechanism through which community priorities get elevated. It is the mechanism through which development is coordinated. And it is the mechanism through which citizens are represented at the level of the municipal corporation. So when we speak of forming a PDC, we are speaking of rebuilding the governance framework. We are building back that bridge, breaking down that barrier so that communities can be a part of the decision-making process. What's next? The process. The process ahead is clear, structured and intentional. First, we will create what is called a steering committee. Following that, and just to let you know, this process will be done in a very inclusive, representative, and transparent way. So we're not going to call our friends around a corner and say, me like you, come and be a part of the PDC. But it will be very open, very transparent, and we have to get it right from the start. Following that, we will engage key stakeholders, groups across the parish, sensitize all the participants on their roles within the governance framework, and then we will begin shaping the structure of the PDC. We will also move into what is called the VMOSA session. Anybody know what is the VMOSA session? You guys would have worked with our officers and you would have been a part of it. But let me take off the acronym of it. We are going to decide VMOSA. V, what is the vision of the PDC? M, what is the mission of the PDC? O, what is the objective? S, the strategy. And A, very important, the action plan of this PDC. From there, we will host the inaugural general meeting. And after that, we're going to have the AGM. I hear a bright spark in the front row saying AGM. But we'll move into the inaugural general meeting, which is the first meeting. We'll look at the constitutional ratification process, and then we'll move into the executive of the PDC being formally elected. Right? You now follow with me? All right. It makes sense? You can tell me if we reverse and we're not doing it right, you know. Next, we will develop the strategic action plan, provide training and capacity and governance on leadership and on financial management. We want to also ensure that the PDC is fully equipped, functional, and effective and sustainable. We don't want to create a group to tick a box, like was mentioned, but we want to ensure that the structure that we form can sustain itself. What this means for all of us. This process requires the structure to have committed persons. We need the commitment of all that is here today, at least from your community, to be a part of the PDC, because we want it to be representative. It requires the CDCs to be active, represented, stakeholders to participate meaningfully. It requires all of us to move beyond individual spaces and to look at the parish as a collective. So we must think urban, we must think suburban, and we must think rural. We must think about every single person, every Jack, every Jill in Kingston and St. Andrew. So in closing, we must move from this conference into the period of action. This is not the end of the discussion. This is the beginning of a process that will strengthen the governance structure, expand the participation, and build a parish where every community, whether you be urban, suburban, or rural, has a voice. Wouldn't it sound like you know what a process? It sounds like a process we need. So as we move to continue what ended in 2016, let us commit to build the PDC together with purpose, with clarity, and with unity. I thank you all and have a blessed rest of the day.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brown. What a good day it has been. And to wrap up the Sure. And to wrap up, we're going to just do a quick giveaway, and then the last word is yours. We're going to have an open mic. Can someone raise their hand and tell me what PDC stands for so they can win this lovely book? Right here, the first person I see. What? That is not fully correct. Say it again. Come and get your book. That's right. Give her a round of applause. Yes, I'll ask one of our colleagues to take it to you. I have an umbrella here. Who is the executive director of the Social Development Commission? What's his name? No, not today, Nicholas. Dr. Omar Frith, please. This is for you as well. Thank you. I have blue now. Who is going to win, champs? All right. Objectively, on the female side, who is going to win? I don't say who you want to win. I say who is going to win. Are two different something. Name the director of governance at the Social Development Commission. What is that person's name? Where's the hand? Where's the hand? Over here. No, not Nicholas. No, sir. All right, Nicholas, go. That's it. Give him a round of applause. Miss Sherene Walker is correct. And last, who was the master of ceremonies for the 5 governors? Why, oh me? That is right. Samuel is his name. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it has been a wonderful day. Thank you so much for participating. We look forward to the way forward. And we now have 2 minutes for the final word. So there's an open mic. Anybody who has any comments, recommendations, commendations that you'd like to make about the day as we build this. And one of the things I will start with for the open mic, thank you so much, congrats, is 2027, the year of community development. Amen. I love that. So we'll have one hand raised here. Right here. And a wonderful outfit here. And then I have a second hand raised right here. This beautiful lady here had her hand raised. No, you have to say something now that you do it. Your reflex mean you have to say something. I know that I know I can hear you without the microphone. Go ahead. Say one thing nice.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
I am Miss Marshani Burrell representing Seaview. One thing nice.
Yes.
Lovely crowd.
Amen.
I like the gel that was here today. And I can see that we're all about community development. We're all about sustainability. We're all about Vision 2030, right? It was a good initiative. I did enjoy the day. SDC, PIOJ, you guys have always been informative. And I look forward to working with you. Big up the officers, bring up the panel, bring up the Miss Francina Price. One Francina Price. All right.
Never two.
Yeah, never two Francina Price. All right. And enjoy the rest of your day, guys. Give thanks to the Lord, because without him, this would not have been possible. So he's the first. Always be the first. Alpha and Omega. Good evening, everybody. Big up Romario, yeah.
All right, wonderful. Sir, right here.
Afternoon. Is there a specific role that the councillors and MPs will be playing as we move forward?
I'm sorry. Go again, please.
MPs, councillor, will they have a specific role to play in what we're doing?
Yes, the elected officials have a particular role that they play in the entire framework. Yes. But they are ex officio members in that they don't get to vote on what the community, the development area, or the parish should be doing. But definitely, as key stakeholders and as someone who is a community practitioner, you will engage them for the importance of what they can bring to the process.
So we're continuing as is with them then? But that's not new. I mean,
If we
is there anything
continue
new?
with the elected officials?
No. Why is there anything new? Is there going to be a new role for them? Will it be mandated to say, you have a target to speak a certain amount of CDCs, get certain things done in the community?
No,
will there be anything like that?
Not precisely, but I like the question. I see where you're going with it. What the Honorable Minister did some years ago, which I think my colleagues will say was a bit useful in community development, and that I've heard the Minister say is something that he perhaps will be looking forward to considering again, is more orientation and things like that around some of the elected officials, just in particular where there are new members of parliament, new councillors, etc., etc. The SDC perhaps might play a role in ensuring that they understand the advantageous partnership of partnering with the framework. But no targets to the elected officials from our level now. Yes. Sure. And in the meantime, while we get the microphone around here, there's a QR code. If you could please just use your phone, scan it. It's an evaluation form. We'd just like to hear from you how today was. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon again, my colleagues.
Good afternoon.
I must give this vote of thanks on behalf of all of us as community leader here, to the SDC, all the members of SDC. I think you guys are doing a good job. You are working well with the community, and because of that, and that's the reason why we are here. And so we want to say thank you for helping us to uplift our community. So on behalf of all of us, our community members, we just want to tell SDC members, workers, leaders, CEO, everybody, a wonderful, a great, and a big, big thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that. You stole a little bit of the thunder from Mr. Godfrey Williams. So I think at this point, we'll head to Mr. Godfrey Williams, President of the Duane Park CDC, who will do the official vote of thanks. But I must say, we thank you so much for the kind words. Thank you for your participation. And now please welcome Mr. Godfrey Williams, who will do the official vote of thanks. Mr. Williams.
Nobody move. Nobody move. Yes, indeed. Today was a good day. Today was a good day. Today was a good day. I learned some things today. I learned about poop earlier, and some words I would not try to repeat, right? But our distinguished guests are not here, but distinguished guests, our partners at the Social Development Commission, members of the Planning Institute of Jamaica, representatives of civil society organizations, CDCs, awardees, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's truly my pleasure and a humbling privilege to extend a vote of thanks to those of us who are intimately responsible for the success of today. I want to share with you just a short preamble. My mother used to receive her barrel, like all of us, from overseas. And on that barrel, it would be written DOSE, apart from all other particulars. And then the first thing she would go for is those noodles. Anyone know the name of the noodles? Beautiful, the ramen noodles. And she would Negro-rise those noodles. She would crush them, shrimp. She would put shrimp, chicken back, yam, banana, and the little spinners. And she would stir it and sing that old Negro hymnal and send the thanks and the praise up. But while she's doing this, Bubbles is going up with the praise and the thanks. Barrel no, pack good. And as a child, I will sit there and I will say to myself, no, I'm not partaking. And she will turn to me and she will say, son, according to John 3:16b, whatever things are great, whatever things are small, if it has bubbles or no bubbles at all, you must give thanks. And within that breath, within that spirit, I extend a mountain of thanks, firstly to the Social Development Commission for its continued leadership in driving, for driving the parish participatory governance framework. For too long, our community keep consuming and regurgitating the proposed scrap of outside entity. You agree? Causing next to no development within the community. delusional solution. For that, I recognize our master of ceremony. Did he leave? Did he leave? Mr. Samuel Heron, for skillfully guiding the proceedings. Our Honorable Desmond McKenzie is not here, Minister of Local Government and Community Development. His powerful and timely special address is truly intentional. His Worship the Mayor, Councillor Andrew Swaby, his continued commitment to local governance is admirable. The Chairman of SDC, Mr. McKulsky, your words are empowering. Our keynote speaker, Mr. Omar Frith, Executive Director of the SDC, the outlay of your presentation has challenged us to change our leadership style. We will work with the SDC as it reset. To the parish manager, sir, Mr. Wade Brown, your leadership, your words, your coordination in guiding SDC forward and steadfast within its mandate is par excellence. We can feel a new injection of enthusiasm and added purpose. Miss Sherene Walker, Director of Governance at SDC, you have clearly outlined the policy context and functionality of the participatory governance framework, and our understanding today is a must. She's not here, but Miss Nancy Pinchas and the CVSS, we see and feel the positive effect of your efforts in strengthening civil society. Dr. Wayne Henry, Director General of the PIOJ, thank you for providing valuable national development insight. And at this moment, I dare, and I'm very presumptuous to acknowledge the SDC representative giving oversight to the community of Duhaney Park. Mrs. Dr. Reverend Francine Naff Price, you're doing an exceptional work, and we're forever indebted. I would also big up our dynamic panelists. Did you learn a lot today? Poop, adoption for development, and like I said earlier, some words I can't ever describe right now. Entertainers, community stalwart, every participant who contribute to the rich discussion and open dialogue. Your voices reflect the positives of participatory governance. To our sponsors, the planning committee, the technical team, the registration staff, the team here at the conference center, thank you. Thank you for ensuring that today was fluid. You agree? Today was fluid. To the CDCs. I know many of you have left already, right? But tell them, to the CDCs represented here today, remember your words. We are at the grassroots, and there lies the dirt, the muck, and the grime. But this is where oil is found. The essential element to keep the fire of community ecology and development alive. We are not merely participants and gatekeepers. We are the engine that drives community transformation. Our seats is at the table. Ladies and gentlemen, as we leave today, let's return to our communities with a crave for stronger collaboration and decisive action. And also, in closing, let me say this, like I tell every member on my executive. We want to help. We cannot help unless we are healthy. We cannot help unless we understand that we are human and we can step back to step forward. We must be happy with ourselves. So I'm imploring you to grab the hormone, the happy hormones, DOSE, that was written on the barrel. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. And he spoke so much good about us because he's actually one of the first recipients of what we call the parish visits. And he treated us well. So I'll share more with that. Give him another round of applause. Yeah? So we'll be coming to your community. As you would have noticed, Mr. Hidran had a little emergency he had to attend to. So he would have handed over to me. But there's only one item, the national anthem. And before we do that, we have a little treat for you. Here comes a gentleman with reggae in his veins, music in his energy. The one, the only, he goes by the name. You know who we attack? You know who we attack? Somebody say Chronics. Somebody say Energy. The one, the only, Ras Kelly Holt. Make him welcome.
Yes, SDC family, I love you. Yeah, this foundation. One more time, pull it up for me and come again. Color creation, black and white world. Save a living soul. I can't take no more. Killing. I can't take no more. Killing. That one you say, him a aristocrat. No matter what like an acrobat. I can't take no more. Flip and flap. I can't take no more. This and that. We are the world, we are creation. One blood, one people. International good and evil. Don't let sin your occupation. You must rather get a youth man care. Cause we saving our lives. No more killing. I can't take no more killing. No, not no, and not for life. Jah is life and He's so high. For leaders, they are drifted, modified, scientific crucifixion, warrior survival, revolution. It's brutal, it's crucial, it's more than evolution. The way you use your brain. You kill willfully, you kill purpose, and yes, you kill for spite. Tell me how you face this, so just tell me how you're bright. Every day you get up, you take an innocent life. Your mass killing, starvation, and your genocide. That's why me tell you, say me burn Antichrist. I can't take no more. Killing. I can't take no more. Killing. Stop your killing in a high and low places. Get your boys and girls, give Haile Selassie a daily praises. Where is the love for my human races? Killing makes some people only filled with screw faces. Killing no love you, killing no love me. Killing no love nobody. Righteousness essential, it is necessary. Righteous makes some people have them righteous energy. People have this world, let's live in love and highly there. Spiritually, physically, and mentally. Your children, your posterity. In the kingdom of His majesty, a peace and love and tranquility. What can't you see? Peace and love and tranquility. No more killing, you see. Next one. Yeah, more love. Yeah, Small World Production. Gas Band. Yeah, Rascally Wall. Yeah. Love pure and simple, love pure and true. Love pure and simple will break your heart in two. Love pure and simple, love pure and true. Love pure and simple will break your heart in two. Me no tell lie, me no tell some fight. Make sure that you're bonafide. I no try, me no try. Hold my head up to the sky. Kiss the girl and make she cry. Love a little girl till the day I die. Say you're old dog, but you have no heart. Can't change and you just can't part. Love pure and simple, love pure and true. Love pure and simple will break your heart in two. Love pure and simple, love pure and true. Love pure and simple will break your heart in two. Take her to the club, to the movie. Lipstick spike, kill cutie. Full figure in a shape is a beauty. Falls here, contact sexy body. Come bleaching cream, you know ready. You know love time, big na hurry. Coulda carnival, me do sexy, even sorry. Money, lifestyle, no respect nobody. Cause love pure and simple, love pure and true. Love pure and simple will break your heart in two. Love pure and simple, love pure and true. Love pure and simple will break your heart in two. Me no drink rum, me no boom from a bar. Buy me own match and me own cigar. Read it in the paper, read it in the star. Fill me with charisma, fill me with charm. Hold me and squeeze me and hug me in the arm. From me there I born and the church bell ring. Married my wife, sweetheart darling. The pastor bling and the choir sing. Woman love money more than everything. Big old fast car put a diamond ring. Love break your heart and put her in a sling. Oh my God, what a serious thing. Love pure and simple, love pure and true. Love pure and simple will break your heart in two. Bless them. SDC family, more love. I love you.
Thank you. And that's another local talent. I just want to encourage everyone to take the opportunity to participate in the evaluation. We want to know what we can improve. We want to know what we can get right. So please take a scan and say the national anthem and then get back to finishing it, all right? So we're going to go over to closing this way properly. As I was listening to somebody, they said we have to start with God and we have to end with God, and our national anthem is a prayer to God. So let us commence. I encourage you to stand for the national anthem of Jamaica. Thank you all for coming. Have a wonderful rest of your day.